So that's the only reason. We did that. It sounds like my microphone is working, but we might have to switch it off the computer system. Many thanks to the board. And if there's any kind of theme going forward, is continue to go forward and really not look behind. I mean, we have so much that's been behind just that we can come from as an organization. Just coming out of last year, and we've got to continue going forward with that and try to continue to this organization and not
Your microphone.
vision. When I look at a bell curve, and I work with stats all the time in what I do, and a bell curve means there's just a lot of people in the general population that's within this segment, and then you have people that are on both ends of it. But we need to continue to bring people back into this center of what we're all here for, to stop the kids. And making sure that Kansas wrestling goes forward.
All right, you're good.
Yes, thank you. Do we have to change out?
Nope.
Okay. And so with that, that's going into next year. That's what ought to be on the vision for everyone. Working together and doing the things in the best interest of the kids. And can I get a round of applause for Nigel there for his help getting everything set up? That said,
Report of officers. Emphasis on freestyle and Greco. Bylaws say that in this meeting, we will cover a short summary on freestyle and Greco season by those directors. Susan, are you ready to tell the board how your season went and briefly?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to go now, or did you want to continue to talk about your what we do or?
Susan?
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So the girls had a great season. We broke several records, which is pretty cool. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my screen popped up and said I lost you. We broke some records, which were pretty cool. I did take them to Twin Rivers. Unfortunately, we didn't go as Team Kansas, but I would love to go in the future. We ended up coming out 13 out of 59 high school teams, which was pretty awesome. We also went to junior duels and broke a couple records there. Our 16U team came in 6th in Greco and 10th in freestyle, which I believe was a record for Kansas. And our junior were just a half a second away from getting in there, but missed it in the blood round, losing the team that took first. So that was kind of a bummer. But then we went to Fargo. We broke some records there again. We started out taking 84 girls, but unfortunately we had some injuries at duels. So we ended up with 80 girls. We had the most wins than we've ever had at Fargo ever. Our cadets on the first day came in the top 5, which was also a record, beating New York, Iowa, Texas, Florida, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin. So that was pretty cool. Our final result, we came in the top 10, falling just 5 points shy from Wisconsin and Tennessee, and only 9 points from Iowa, which was also pretty exciting for our girls. At Fargo, we had 7 All-Americans, which was also a record. Ray Joyce and Lulu Kirk came in. They were both finalists. A little bit about Lulu Kirk. She's only been wrestling for a half a minute. She's only been wrestling for 2 years. She's autistic and really, really found her people in wrestling and didn't even know she made it to the finals. Dalton did an incredible job kind of taking her along and getting her to have the best experience at Fargo, which was also pretty cool. We also had Leo Karnowski and Josie Wilson both take 4th. Haleen Martinez was part of our junior division, and she took 7th. Avery Counts and Siobhan Flanner both took 8th. So that was also the most that we've ever had as far as Fargo is concerned. Couple other things that I did this year. I was able to work a little bit with Blue Chip and got them to lower our singlets $5, which helped both the boys and the girls able to get singlets for the kids at Fargo. One of the things I do want to mention, I know this hasn't always been in the past. I really truly believe that it's literally the most important thing that our kids go to Fargo, which is the Olympics for these kids in brand new singlets. And because you feel special, it makes it a special event, and you go out there and it's a whole different experience. When you feel good, you look good. I think it has a lot to play about it. As you can see, for both the boys and the girls budget for Fargo, we were both able to get singlets for these kids and stay within our budgets. Excuse me. Speaking of budgets, I was just short about $100 on our girls' elementary duels. They ended up taking fourth up in Nebraska, which was pretty exciting. We didn't get that $300 for the parent t-shirts in on the budget. So that ended up coming out about $100 shy, under budget, or I'm sorry, over budget. And then for duels, we came in about 13 grand under, and for Fargo about 19 grand under. With that being said, if I can get the bus company and the everything set up, I really think that if we have it in the budget, we really need to get our kids new gear every single time. Duels, Fargo. I just think it's going to take a little bit of work. I did talk to, excuse me, to Frank. We're going to get together.
I will briefly talk about the boys. You're all right. Freestyle, 16 and under. We had two places in 16 and under. There was over 9,000 entries in this tournament, lasted 10 days. And it was girls and boys both. Divided tournament, girls came first, guys came last. The rest freestyle first, Greco last. Freestyle with the boys, 16 and under, number Page took 7. Vincent Rosas took 7. Those are on the placers in freestyle. Greco, we see they were pretty good at Greco. And that mindset, I really think we ought to transfer over and tell people tell ourselves that we were freestyle too, by help. But Max Harris took third at 16 and under. Emerson TJ took third. Thunder Page took 4th, so he beat double medal. Then they entered the juniors. Xander Donner took 2nd. He was in the finals. Donald Jackson took 6th, and Cooper Reeves took 6th. So we had a really good showing. We only had 2 places last year. Tremendous job with Scott and his team and bringing those guys along and what we did up there at Fargo. Any questions about the guys? Okay. Financials, we will wait for everything to come in on finances. To me, it's a little hard to explain to everybody on numbers if they're not all in, but our treasurer has been working for duels and everything, but we'll have a budget meeting, go over that at that time, okay? And the reason I kind of shut that down is because I know not all the expenses are in. Close probably, and she's been working really hard and keeping everybody on the up. Really appreciate Mickey's leadership in the treasury and what she does for this organization. If you see how much she works every day, again, a round of applause for this lady, what she does for this organization. That said, anything else relative to reports? I didn't have anything down other than Delta. Any comments you have on the state tournament that we hosted?
I was pleased with the venue, I was pleased with the lot. Start with, we talked, if there would have been better communication from the practically person in these meetings, we probably what we didn't know is because we insisted on doing a seating meeting, you couldn't see until weigh-ins were over. And to appease a bunch of people in the state, we decided to extend weigh-in Saturday morning, Sunday morning, which cost us a whole bunch of time because we had to maintain the win. The process of enlisting members for practicing is you weigh in one system, and you can do your seating with weigh-ins. And you import them to the live site, and then you have to go and put all your seats. We didn't know any of that. And that is basically what it cost us, 2 hours. Yeah, an hour and a half. Basically, we had one other issue. So when we realized that happened on Saturday, there's Rich and myself and that guy name. We scrambled around and said, hey,
Towards you.
we'll do a team effort to do the seating. So we're flying through there doing the seating on Sunday. Heard it very close to being on time. But what we didn't realize is because we changed the weigh-in parameters, the weigh-in parameters didn't get changed correctly in the registration system. And so when we entered the kids, anybody who weighed in Friday night, that was a junior or I can't remember what other age group we did on Sunday. Basically, it only imported once and it only put one style. We didn't know this thing, so now we have the things that we did. And we won't ever start over. They have that at farm because I think there's something sent. I don't know if they see at Fargo. Well, I have no, and I would imagine.
Yeah, they see. Well,
Not have.
you verify your rosters and the whole bit before you even weigh in, so. There was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock.
So
Yeah.
my suggestion is we eliminate the morning of waves, or we're gonna have this problem pretty much anywhere. I mean, we're using the cigarette.
Thank you. Anything else? Any questions on the tournament?
We scrambled the streets. We had a very short window to let turn it off, other than I did. Perfect, that's get a name. Rich didn't make any doubt about any, which was the one, which we were able to. I thought everything was starting, it was beautiful, it was pretty amazing. And then how to go on it was.
I go there.
How did you believe everything went on your end?
Oh, really well.
Okay. Yeah, she did it with one tablet.
Yeah, it was really smooth.
And pre-selling, which just passes.
I think it helped that
That
they
is
were
the
all
way
already
we're-
used to it during folks day. And so I will say there's plenty more pre-purchase ones going into freestyle Greco. And it's much teaching every single person to do it.
And don't get to the people that make.
It was.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Did I tell them about that too, for folks that take for next year? So we have this big ass bill we pay to.
No, let's not discuss that now. We've got a lot more to do. We're gonna get in, we're gonna start these bylaws. I sent and put out this form right here to you, okay? And this this file name at the top of it, where you can see the PDF, it says 2024 bylaw changes as an example. That's the first one here that's bolded. And then all these slots across here are bylaw changes within this document that were submitted. Okay, so when we do this, I want you to write down on your sheet whether you approve that with a yes, a Y, or an N for no. Okay, and we'll keep track of these because there's so much to keep track of here. We'll keep track of these periodically throughout the morning. So what I'd like to do, and I'm going to solicit your help in keeping track of the totals, because we have people that don't vote in here. Okay, I don't vote unless there's a tie on something, but we do have two members that don't vote, and that's a membership and our secretary. It's in the folders. It's in the folder. I'll show you. This man right here set everything up relative to everything in Outlook, and we have our own. You explain it better than I. Go ahead.
So if you're in your Outlook,
He's not even been, him and Eric probably don't have the ability to get to it.
if you're in your Outlook web app, which is this here, which most of you probably use, if you go down here to go to groups, that'll take you into the group interface here. And we actually have two, one specifically for folk style state tournament, one for the executive board. So under executive board, the first tab that will show up here is this files tab, and that's the one that you're going to want to go to. And down here, this will list out folders in a hierarchical structure. So for purposes of this meeting, I just put this folder right here, and it's right here under bylaw changes. So pretty easy to get to. Nathan and I can't remember your name is.
Eric.
What? Todd Evans, sorry. I can send you a link to see those. I don't know if I can do it in short notice.
Okay, well, he's working on that. We'll get started on this. Okay. We will bring each one up, and this page right here we will follow across until we're done with that document. Go to the next one down. Okay. I will blow this up too, so we can better see it. Everybody see that? These right here are the bylaws that have been sitting out there relative to proposals that are over a year old. Last year, we came into the state body meeting. We did not have that 30-day notice, no, 20-day notice to give the body all this information. And then by the time we got to the state body meeting, we didn't even get a chance to review bylaws. So these are the ones from last year. They are still relevant and people had input, so we're going to go through them. Yeah.
Change C on the same copy.
You'll see that I've put duplicate or something on this form where I found that to be true. No, different directions. Okay. Okay. That said, the very first thing so much of some of these things that came in have to do with the operation of the tournament, the state tournament that is not in the bylaws. Okay. And Steve took all these last year that were input from this form and tried to incorporate all those things for better improvement, better processes, and the whole bit. So as we go through here, the very first one is this one has to do true second. It was already there. And then there was comments on that, but here we go. First one. 14 and under high school state qualifiers should compete in the high school school division. I also think it would be cool to separate the girls and boys states. That way the younger girls could see the high school girls wrestle in between their matches. At that time, this board did not support this suggestion. That's the comments that were put in this form at that time. And it is a bylaw change. So 14 and under high school state qualifiers should not compete, should compete in the high school, not 14 and under, they're saying there. So on your form, either you agree with that or you don't agree with that. Should
high school instead of 14 and under.
if they are state high school state qualifiers, they should compete in high school division. And there, she's saying leave 14 and under, just to the 14 under, unless those 14 and unders that actually qualified in the state tournament high school, they have to wrestle high school. That's what she's saying.
So only the state qualifiers she wants to go in high school.
Yes.
Here there's a condition that.
Whatever.
When you're asking to support it, what Bible not be full for this.
True. The board's comment was they don't support it. Okay. That was when we reviewed it last time. Okay. Yes or no? Either you agree to it or you don't agree to it. Yay or nay? Y or an N? Okay. Next one.
Kurt,
So, okay, so can we also just go through, like, right now, does everyone say no, so we don't even have to revisit this one? And I can just circle the one, if we're mixed, then I'll circle it, and we know to go back over that later, so we're not wasting time.
Kurt,
Okay, if anyone, yes. Okay, I'm crossing it off, so we don't review it again.
And I'll ask if someone pull out their phone and put a timer on us of 2 minutes per. When we get started, when I bring it up, 2 minutes and we're voting, okay?
You don't have to touch that.
Okay. You got that recorded? Okay. What was the outcome?
2 minutes.
What the heck?
So that would be like,
Oh,
someone was, you can have to make sure it's long. It's bad enough they already have people go in the membership system, and put big names in there, and that's how they're going to. So.
Joe Kinnett, we're going to number 2. Joe Kinnett, coach's misconduct. He says currently the high school rules provide a penalty for misconduct, and the high school coach is thrown out on the second. If you get misconduct, the high school coach goes. He is saying rather than the head coach going, the coach that committed the infraction gets kicked out. My proposal is to provide the rule as follows. Removal of the head coach from premises immediately on the second penalty, deducting points. He's removing the head coach and saying the coach who committed it will get thrown out. I agree with it. Huh?
Just really on that, whichever coach is the one that's. Right there, the official gets only the official.
If they're, what I've always done, if I have a problem with misconduct, I go to the head table and let know that that coach has been done.
okay. Can we back up just a second because I was helping Nathan here. What are we talking about here? Because
Joe Kinnett has said he wants to change the removal of the head coach from premises immediately, second penalty, and deducting points, 2 team points. He wants that modified to the removal of the coach, not the head coach.
right. Yes, and that's good because the rule as it is pertains specifically to high school.
That's situation where we take the head coach out because of some of.
We have it, but that's just because we weren't following bylaws.
or rules. He's saying that we amend to our own rule to eliminate it being the head coach get thrown out for someone else's conduct, but you throw out the person who had the conduct.
Right. So basically what's has happened is we follow NFHS rules with the exception of our modifications. Well, we don't have a modification for that specific rule. Yes. But the rule modifications are part of the bylaw.
Yes,
The rules modifications are part of the bylaws.
Yeah.
So yes, it's technically a change to the bylaws. And this is a good one here because this is the way we've done it. We've always historically done it. It's just, it wasn't backed up by the actual bylaws that we have. This would change that, which is a good thing, in my opinion.
Your advocate go back track or, yeah, well.
Well, we have a way to do that, and that's through our membership system now, which her and I have discussed this before. So that part we can take care of.
You're only on time.
thank you. Yes,
That just also usually carries a little piece of paper that takes notes on, and then brings it over to me to double check things, then enters it in, all good.
will someone else do me a favor as we're doing this? This is our second item to vote on. Would someone be in contact, one person with Charles Hill and one with Susan, and get their vote as we're going along? Because we're not able to record anything that they may or may not.
And they just commented on the Zoom or whatever.
This is going to be up all the time. I bet that we're going to have trouble getting comments on this here as we're going along. Okay, thank you.
Can they flip?
It was under here. I mean, things.
What are you looking for?
Me.
It's the second from the right.
Second.
That's your left.
This one.
You just want me to put,
Unjoin the meeting for some reason.
No, I haven't. This is the old one. Well. Okay,
can you hear me?
all right.
Hey, your speakers.
Let me. Okay, that's better. We're done with that. Second one. Next one's Darren Schneider.
Well, can I Are we all in agreement? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
He asked changing the date of birth from September to January 1st. And it was said by the board that they did not support this. Discussion?
You're gonna have the same issue, just change it for. They, yes, still there.
It doesn't make sense to have a different burden here in our competitions. So I evening to. How about now?
Can they still hear me?
Yes.
Is that better?
I said it doesn't make sense to change our birth years away from matching our competition season, the USA competition season. So it's pretty simple. You are this age, turn the first year. Yeah, well, that's my here. So Kurt, you'll just have to read important stuff into your microphone.
Okay. Second item, or did we get a tally on the first?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a minute.
Okay, next one.
Second recommend is to add another weight class in between the girls 10 and under 90 pound and 110, and definitely for the 12 and under 120 through 140s. Since there are now so many more girls wrestling, especially middle schoolers, adding an extra weight class in those spots would help girls maintain a regular weight and not have to worry about losing a few pounds so they'll not giving up 10 pounds. 10 pounds pretty big jump, and there should be enough girls now to fill in the extra brackets to state. I'm sure regular tournaments would continue to use the Madison bracket system. There is another bylaw. This one you submitted a bylaw change for weight changes that encompass everything, every age group.
Maximum age within an age. So 8 under people is 10 pounds, under 15, we always get to high school, 30 pounds, which is why we had another class in 285. We had to put that 85. So why would we do something that would I think we have to see what other one the other one was there.
And they wait for 8 members, 15, 10, 25, 35. Used to be in the box.
It did. Yeah, it got taken out.
And
That's what we would say that's policy.
So Steve, is there one that addresses?
I submitted one that encompasses all weight. Do not, if I.
I guess what I'm asking is, can we skip over this one?
Yeah.
Everybody agrees putting this over till we get to the next one? No, they took them out. We put those in back in the 80s, what you're talking about. And they've been there all the way up until about 3 years ago. They got taken out.
All right.
Yeah. Next one. Yes, yep. Yes, it was voted on. I did not agree with it. The next one is Luann.
Thoughts? Just for information, I think we get through this year and all that, and I'll come up with a formalized way to submit bylaws. That way we don't get all this extraneous stuff. It'll be an actual form that people can fill out.
Some of these are all, the rest of them are just.
Yes, yes.
Distinct.
We'll have a specific, form that has to be filled out, right? We'll have a specific form to be filled out correctly. We won't even consider it.
Leanne's thing was she was very disappointed with the second and telling competitor and going through all the emotional things. She said, you already just got beat. Now you're possibly getting beat again. No other sport does it. We ought to, this policy really is not walked through entirely and needs to be looked at again. in the stands. I heard a lot of complaints about the rule, is what she finalized this year in saying.
And remember, and
I think you did a fantastic job with True Second. This past Folk Style State Fair, we had no problems, smooth, got out there, did the thing. I didn't get complaints from it myself, so I think we should move it in, but that's my personal opinion.
Can I get 50 seconds on this?
you're welcome.
Hello?
It's not. I think that's almost it is.
Yeah. So the next person, Kagan Bailey, wrote the same thing on True Second. It thinks it's, needs to be considered.
Can I chime in on this?
Place to having photo true seating for this department. Just see the compromise to kind of doing what we, which is this one versus this is four. I believe that compromise is important was to do this, that, seeing this, and real seeing, which that's that'd be exactly this one. I would like to very not that if you go to Jack Rowan, they all rest. So these two people disconnect for the rest of them.
So I'm sure you guys all know this, but the whole purpose of today's is we are dictating what the threshold will be for the state body on this stuff anyway. So everyone who has a club charter is going to get to vote on these state body anyway. The difference is if you vote yes today, then they only have to have 50% of the body. If you vote no today, you got to have 2/3. So that's what we're doing.
It's going to be correct. It would be given that have to be.
They have to be what?
I have to spend time explaining all of this to 100 people.
Unless amazing being, something this on the membership being sent out to every website for good.
Can we give it room and then
Yes.
and say this is what our interpretation of what they were trying to
Yeah,
some of these.
I think they need to be left as they are though.
But I mean, that's fine. Because then we, from our.
You're voting on what that says right there. And either, you can see hands on, we have two people, Leanne and Kagan. Those are in support of keeping True Second, raise your hand. Those opposed? Keeping it. 1, 2,
Can I
3,
chime in on
4,
this?
5, 6 opposed. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then two that are online.
I oppose it.
Raise your hand for yeses again.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Mickey, Richard, Mickey, Steve, Dylan, Todd, Nigel, and then Susan and Charles. And
Opposed.
we say yes.
No.
Okay. And the-
I'm opposed.
Charles opposed. It's 4
I'm
opposed.
opposed to True Second.
Rich, okay, that's
That's right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We're gonna have to clarify this. All right, so we're probably gonna revote here. Maybe people won't quite understand. The proposal there was to get rid of through second. If you're voting against to it, that you want to get second, which is actually.
That's how I said, that's not how I said it. So it's reverse of what we just voted. Yep.
Yeah, these. Okay, well, I changed my.
Just reverse the, is everybody? So, actually, the question is, how many other options you say?
Right. That's what I asked. And that's, I was wrong in saying that. To eliminate.
Does not change. Right. So the one for bylaw change request is going to be worded in Charles.
Yes. Yeah,
Wait, what?
that's true. It was just opposite. We voted.
Okay, well, then,
So,
it's gonna happen.
Well, it's a good thing. But yeah.
So what it be? We decided.
right now, for the day.
Yes, that happened. We go on to Brandon.
Spell check.
Thank you. He's introduced several things here. State body members being allowed to coach is not good policy, as this creates an imbalance. He does not want people that are members of the state board be able to coach.
For clarification, when we're doing, are we supposed to consider everything that we submitted together, or are we looking at these as separate ones?
They're all separate. They're separate.
I'll make a difference.
So once again, this, where in the promises that I would request it's fine.
Well, the bylaws right now simply say that it has to be in writing.
It doesn't say in this. Right, and it's just.
That's not what the bylaw says. It just says you got. I know, but it's wrong.
There. Yeah, so the previous one, we're going to, if you go back, determined some of the is not, which is my. Go back up a little bit. There, also.
Some of these are not changes though. Protocol for honest free review of flagrant illegal misconduct situations. It's not. Well, look, protocol for free review of illegal misconduct, that's already done in an ejection. If you're flagrant misconduct, you're getting rejected on a form. That's already being taken care of. Rotate teams to help district state tournament operations. That's part of what you do. Protocol for if coaches see an illegal action that can or is causing potential for permanent or serious injury to the athlete, the referee is not supporting the match. We're saying by rule, stop the match at any time, take the towel. Mental skill tasks at events, tournament operations, which is already a rule. We do that already. Now, tournament on our district tournaments, qualifiers, you guys keep staff there, medical staff there.
That, I have a proposal put it up there, just, yeah.
Okay, so this is redundant.
Yeah.
Okay, more referees at events. That again, has to do with the supply of, refs, and that is per the tournament operation. I don't see how we can make a 4-on-3 condition exist. 3-on-2 is fine. I'm an official. I've worked that all the time. 3-on-2 is fine. 4-on-3 is fine too. I mean, there's no reason why none of that works. It's a matter of tournament operations though.
Can you just add to it so I can log in? Who's logging in?
Where,
That we-
where are you? Where's, oh, right there. Then you're not in yourself.
You know,
Yeah, yes.
Good day.
yeah, you have no lucky. That's why
Can you get to it?
this next like Outlook.
What do we have?
I mean, US, yes.
Hold on.
Oh, keep going. Third one. Yep. Well, you gotta, yeah.
You get it?
Press enter. Only added.
Okay. Need officials to leave the arena to clear their heads, get. I don't think people have officiated very much, but we need to keep referees in the arena unless they're off duty. State board, these are comments later on after these comments appeared. Bylaw change not supported. He is asking.
A lot.
State board members being allowed to coach is not a good policy as it creates an imbalance of power. And if that's what he's saying.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's what I asked when we first started this morning.
Sorry, can I comment on that?
see, that's a,
But
Uh,
years ago.
That was 2 years ago we did. Yeah. I mean, we were right at, not.
so there's only one thing up here in all these comments. And it's the first bullet and the last bullet. The rest are tournament operations that have nothing to do with bylaws. The first one was, coaches not being, if you're on the board, not to coach your kid, case, or state body members opinions happening during the match with site Facebook. This creates a publicly visible imbalance of power.
I would say,
Can I comment on that, Kurt?
I would hope people that are in the situation, maybe coach would understand the position. I'm saying for people who are on the current board, you are coaching, and I hope that you understand your position and what that entails, and only do what you're supposed to be doing as a coach and as a. That's all I was saying. So I don't support that.
Okay, so there's two places to vote. There's a Brandon, and then on the second line, Brandon with a number 1. These are the things we're voting on: the state board member not being allowed to coach, and the state board member posting opinions. If your answer is no, vote so.
As a general policy, it's not a good idea for people in elected positions to post on social media, et cetera, et cetera. It is what it is.
No, no.
It's positive.
So
That's a no.
it's a no, yes. The district 3-on-2, that should be Xed out. There isn't any state body meeting options with Facebook. We said no. Then we go to Katie Garnett. Gardner. We don't need to vote on it.
It's not an issue.
Yep, no.
Basically, they don't really.
Hell, and then we go into
Katie Gardner.
Katie. I know there's a lot of controversy over 14 and under division, mainly high school wrestling in that division. I've seen that good and bad. Our suggestion is if a freshman qualifies for high school state, they should wrestle high school division in club districts and state. This gives freshmen who didn't get this opportunity to compete, JV wrestlers opportunity to make our state. This is duplicate, isn't it?
I say no. You're age qualified for the group and you can wrestle in about a month.
All of saying no to this, raise your hand. It appears unanimous, other than the 2 that are online. We don't know what they are. Yeah. Then last one on here was from Will, and there's actually several things in here he's proposed. 1, 2, 3, 4 things. He's proposing a separate state series for 600 and 800 using the same designated district boundaries, having the district tournament 2 weeks prior to the high school CASHA calendar dates for the high school wrestling regionals, using the same criteria for all other age groups and the same rules and procedures outlined in our bylaws. Each district shall conduct qualifying tournaments on Saturday or Sunday, the above designated weekend. Following weekend, the KSA Kansas Board will host a state tournament for 600, 800, with the same process procedures for all other age groups at a site to be determined in the same bid process as the existing state tournament.
That's not even possible, to be quite honest. It's not possible because he's talking about 2 weeks before Kasia regional, Kasia girls regional, second weekend of February. You're talking about, that's the same week as the tournament champion. You can't do it.
But even financially, we're gonna give us another $30,000, that makes sense.
There's no way to do that. I don't know.
Since these are students who are reviewing these, they get like.
The problem
We
is, it
didn't,
go on.
we didn't, yeah, they would, they'd already be covered in voting.
Some of these had comments from the board.
These were comments from Will,
All these suggestions.
never made to the body. It never made
They
it to
didn't
the.
This is not. There was one of them.
I don't know. This is the form that I was given. It had not been covered.
We're clearing all this up today and at the bottom.
So what we're saying is, are we gonna have a under and an 8 and under tournament, state tournament with qualifiers? No, there wouldn't be. No, there would be. Didn't we say that? There would be a qualifier for that. And we would have, and we would pull state groups out of our current state tournament and have a bid process for location. All in favor of that and agree with, raise your, all opposed. Okay. Any abstain? Okay. It's not my vote. I mean, it's just that. Number 2. Standardized state tournament handbook managed by the state tournament committee for adjustment flexibility, experience required bylaw changes. Districts should be the same deadline, penalties, fee, concept, criteria, time, weigh-in, rules, etc. They should be an absolute level field state tournament series. The proposal is to separate from the bylaws all sections regarding the state tournament series and create a standardized handbook managed by the state tournament committee, which adheres to all of the bylaws. State tournament committee will have ability for some decision, weight classes and district boundaries is defined by the board, the state body approval each year. The district should not have autonomy for the district tournament. This bylaw should be incorporated in the change version, which will require 2/3 state body vote. I've never seen it. I've never seen that. I've never discussed any of this.
None of it.
Did you? I couldn't hear him. Okay.
You're one on. So. I don't necessarily. We gotta qualify. That's how we get there. Perfect.
And with that, not all the districts do not run the tournaments the same way. Some people host those tournaments for them too. So.
It's like a district or even district. Have a facility big enough. You're never going to.
Call the question.
The most important thing here is that each district is following the bylaws that we have on hand. So you can't have one doing the weigh-in at this time, and one doing the weigh-in at a different time. All that. But as long as it all falls within the current bylaws, then this isn't really needed.
Just on that, like, the workout, we have. That's just. Not. It's our role.
Need a specific time, like, as long as our weigh, you can weigh in up to 24 hours before the tournament starts.
Yeah.
Then you're gone. That way, every is when 24 hours.
72 hours.
Otherwise,
But I see where Rick said, I don't feel like it's our job to dictate exactly how every district does it, because it doesn't work for you.
And the only thing, everybody's on plan.
Call the question.
no,
So all opposed to it, vote no, raise your hand. Unanimous, other than see online.
all of them. The district,
Questions being called. Okay. My understanding. We need to continue. Proposal 3, it appears that it is a non-bylaw change. It's been reviewed in the past. It has to do with coaches' misconduct. That is the same as what Joe did and what we voted on. So that,
Probably skip that one because we've already covered it.
yep. And then Joe is in here. And then the last one that's on there to Will was coach's credential. And it says throughout the season, coaches are to wear their credentials with a lanyard where they are easily seen. Also, campus coaches are required to upload a picture that accurately depicts the way the coach looks. This will help with being able to easily see who is a credentialed coach and who isn't.
I would very much encourage everybody here to say yes on this because you're required to do it at national tournaments, and we're going to need to get into our folks that our state tournament next year because it's going to be how we track coaches misconduct and stuff like that. So it's standard, especially for the states, for them to have to be wearing their credentials around their neck.
And I also really couldn't do this year. I mean, there's other that I had who did not have a license because we had suspended from it. The cut his license and cut his head off the license instead of beside it. And I was like, well, and he had a picture uploaded from USAWKS. So we navigated our way through this and showed Facebook profile picture with his accurate legal name to it. And we work, but how you justify allowing that? So we're
so they're. Are we voting?
Just on this right here, just that. No, the other stuff already, Joe connects, that's what we've already covered. A lot of it is.
So. Requiring the that state. That we have. To every.
I agree.
It's in the bylaws.
This year, our state's running. But I don't know.
Well, this one specifically says throughout the, so we're talking about the tournament, and yes, and everybody has the ability to clubs.
But I think, they're at more and more. Little tournament.
Right.
We don't have to implement that are serious. My way, so we go for whole season and as a board, we implement planners a series test it, and then next year we revisit whether it's the series. Yeah.
But if we implement it.
Rich, you have-
They're already getting used to it and that is like.
But how are you gonna get, so for example, 300 tournaments,
My best practice was say, hey, my summer league, then we're gonna do this.
so we're there and leave it would not be. I mean, is it gonna work perfectly here? But I
Well, you guys get out there and get a tournament, you know, we had not problems with it.
How many times did you see somebody set on the side of that?
Oh, I-
I ran 6 tournaments this year and I think several coaches out. I think the landing around the net, at least I can see, because you don't know what they hide their whole street there. They want to ask for all of us. It's certain director tonight, the coach, I do my best because I want to be that guy. I'm trying to be like that. I think the landing would be a good deal. I have no problem making mine, which is why it's the owners. For second study. It's a good way to so,
Well, I got.
So, hey, let's one at a time.
We just lost.
I'm gonna take.
So with this, you either allowing it across the entire season on this vote, have lanyards. All in favor of lanyards for the entire season for coaches? Raise your hand, yes.
Keep in mind the board body is voting on this. Good chance I'll probably vote. So.
It can be amended about a meeting, right? Like to say 100% completion of this by 2027, 2028.
But they won't have to the state tournament. We can,
Yeah,
the
we-
tournament takes that.
Let's see.
Of them. Stay on the. They have.
Vote on it.
They voted yes.
Oh,
You're already on.
First one.
Yeah.
this year.
Next one. Ron Harrington.
So 3 and 4 that one.
Well, four was reduplication. It was a duplication. Yes. And 3.
We skipped that.
Ah, dang it. I didn't mean to do that shit.
So, I think that was remember you think.
That's it.
Coaches' credentials, 3 would have been. We need to continue producing some ideas, possibly providing an option for opportunity. Oh, we did bypass this. Sorry, thank you. Possibility for having a brick and mortar investment for the advancement of all Kansas wrestlers. We have to get creative and think outside the box to show the state body that we are serious about finding ways of doing that. And then with that, there was no bylaw change, non-bylaw change.
That's a suggestion.
Suggestion. So we'll X that one out. Number 3 is X'd out. Brian Harrington. That is a good point, though. Brian Harrington says, since this is the last day of proposed rule changes, I'm proposing that wrestler must wrestle in the district in which they attend school. They can represent whatever club they have been with at the state tournament, the district tournament. They must wrestle at the district tournament in which they attend school. For instance, I have Newton kids. They would wrestle in D3 tournament under Carroll Wrestling Club and represent Carroll Wrestling Club team points of the state tournament. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his proposal is saying that whatever club the kids wrestle at, that's where they would be entered into the qualifying tournaments, districts and state.
No.
Oh, for instance,
But I get.
thank you. Hold on. I misread. Thank you.
I thought it was,
Call the question.
that would be no.
All opposed to this? Raise your hand. All in favor? They are voting that they cannot wrestle in the District 3 tournament if they wrestle for a club in District 2. Yes.
It's not just District 3. No. Let's
Yeah.
cover this.
Everybody.
Say, District 2. They would still, is in District 3. They would wrestle in District 2 under the District 3 club. Qualified for state. But you're heading a different. Yeah, that's total.
You should.
And we called the question and the answer was no for everybody. Okay.
Which that might be interesting because if you live in say District 3, then you need to represent a club that's in and go to the District 3 tournament. Right?
But sometimes kids, right?
I'm not worried about it. Anyway, we vote no on that.
That's like there.
Bet you're out.
No.
Person show.
Yeah. Ball and.
You had to.
So the next one is Bruce Jones. And Bruce says, I'm running to formally propose amendment to the bylaws regarding age division eligibility. Under the current bylaws, wrestlers are generally required to compete within their designated age division, with an exception allowing overweight wrestlers to move up one age bracket. However, there is no provision allowing significantly underweight wrestlers to compete in a lower age group. We respectfully request the committee consider amending the bylaws to allow wrestlers who are well below the minimum weight for their age division to move down one age group. And here's the reasons why: safety, competitive fairness, lack of competition in the lower weight classes, and maintaining competitive balance.
It's not just a way you have to look at their maturity. I mean, you're taking somebody that's not sure if you against somebody is say maybe maybe not the same ability or sure.
And the fifth one was aging down should not create an unfair advantage. I believe the proposed amendment aligns with the fundamental principles of fairness, safety, and inclusivity in youth wrestling. I appreciate your time and consideration of this matter and would welcome the opportunity to discuss it further.
200 pounds right now, that's 19, that's 17, 200 pounds, and then pulled 30. I mean, they
Okay,
I'd say what's,
call the question. Call the question. All opposed to this? Sure.
I don't know all of them. I just want to know what it's called.
We request the committee consider amending the bylaws to allow wrestlers who are well below the minimum weight for their age division to move down one age group.
We want to let 10 and unders wrestle at 8 and under because they weigh 7 pounds.
Called, the question's been called. The vote is all opposed.
No.
Charles said no.
Shorts and Crocs, says no. All right, we're on Lyle.
I think, looks like.
Yeah, then there's, I heard it.
Okay,
What is that?
maybe. We will bypass.
was the same, because that's what showed up on.
All right, we'll put no on that one too.
Lyle would be an
Yeah.
X. Put an X on Lyle. Derek Patterson is up now. What did he submit? Change 10 and under periods from 60 seconds to 90 seconds. And make an amendment to headgear requirement to be optional. There's 2 spots on your it's
It's 12. 9.
okay.
12 is.
Oklahoma, Colorado. I'm not sure. Oklahoma's.
Okay.
I've talked to Dylan quite a bit about it over the past few years. We both agree, we don't know if that a whole lot of actual time to it, so we do that, and the kids all the time to work toward more time. But that's the second period. I'm sure it's that.
Okay. Call question? Question's been called, I assume. We are voting on changing 12 and under periods from 60, 10 and under periods from 60 seconds to 90 seconds. All in favor of this change, raise your hand. 1, 2, we have Nathan, Richard, Mickey, Dylan, Steve, and Derek. Charles is yes. Okay. All opposed to it? Rich? Todd? Anybody else? Okay.
I'll be abstaining from several of these simply because I feel like it creates a conflict of interest for me because I just make sure people enforce these specific.
So we were.
Abstaining.
Backside.
Okay. No, you're saying consolation. You're only saying front side.
I think that's almost as the. That they most take it down. And take me out. Or not even. Every term that I learned, every.
Next item,
Don't forget,
make an amendment to headgear requirement to be an optional.
That was also.
But Nathan Blevins did not get his input in time. That's why it's not here.
So my, since I'm this suggestion, this might be one of the worst. Kids spend money, they're on math, practice, and there's some fun. Make them, you know, high school performing, it's not
Well, my kid is left ear and he relies on reading your lips. Your, sounds like it was off.
just to be the advocate here, Nebraska's the other way around. They're required to wear the headgear even in practice. So
I don't,
USA does not have a requirement to wear headgear. Correct.
Like under.
Yeah, they're not.
I thought it was, I think it's the older.
Yeah.
Well, I know the colors there, and they're not to wear.
High school, right?
I was thinking that
High school.
let's let the state body make a decision on, they're gonna do anyway. But 95% parents agree.
No,
Yeah, I had kids worried about how, my kid worried about qualified there. That's not gonna. Right. So I think it's the body, it's, because they're bringing.
let's call the question. Do I have a call? Okay. All in favor to make an amendment to have for headgear requirements to be optional, raise your hand. We have Nathan, yes. Richard, yes. Rich, yes. Mickey, yes. Charles, yes. Stephen, yes. Keller, yes. Todd, yes. Derek, yes.
And five.
It was unanimous.
It's pretty much everyone.
Everybody, it was unanimous. Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that. Ed Edison. He says, four things. I'm running the board, an amendment or rewording to make it plain and clear to operate girls and boys from wrestling each other at all ages.
This shouldn't even really be an issue. Although I believe that we still allow girls to enter at boys' weights, there's no girls at
No
no
girls.
girls division at that tournament. Sorry.
And what he's saying here,
He's saying nothing.
regardless,
No.
there is no opportunity for girls and boys to wrestle each other in tournaments, sanctioned tournaments.
And I think that's probably the way it should be now. Because our participation, our girls' numbers are high enough, there would be very few situations where.
If we.
Or in tournaments, you get no competition.
Hey Kurt, can I chime in on this?
Well, the other thing you have to consider is we're gonna be bound by Kansas legislature laws too. They're not allowed to have it.
Hey Kurt. Kurt,
Correct. No, it's coming.
hey Kurt, can I chime in?
Call question.
Kurt, can I quick chime in?
Follow. Everybody, you guys. Your flags. It's specifically. You're on the side. Yeah. Yes, yeah. We got. But that's.
Hey, Kurt,
I think also. I understand she wrestles her ass. Or she. And it's her that her rest. I think she just will. Her. Yeah, yeah. Correct. So I don't.
Okay, call the question. The question is an amendment to make it clear and plain to operate girls and boys tournament from wrestling each other at all ages. An amendment or rewording to make it plain and clear to operate girls and boys from wrestling each other at all ages. All in favor of this, raise your hand. All opposed? Nathan, Richard, Mickey, was your hand up? Mickey, Stephen, Dylan, Derek, and William. Opposed?
Yes, separate. No, yes, he wants, yes, what's that?
One extension.
One yes, Charles, one abstain. Rich? Oh, two abstain. Todd and Rich?
hey, Kurt, can
And
you
what does Susan
clarify
say?
for me? Kurt? Kurt,
Second one, yes, yes. It says that the verbiage says that boys and girls will not be wrestling each other at all, at any age group. Huh?
So she's a yes.
She's a yes. That's okay.
That's fine. If it was like, if we did get past someone of 5 and language, that would carry everything.
Okay, so number 2, abolish the practice of running 2 different tournaments at the same time at one or different locations in order to give the chance for a girl to wrestle in both and or boys in both girls or boys brackets. I feel this is teaching and sending a bad message to boys and girls. Do we really want to keep sending the message to the boys that it's okay to beat up on females? Better yet, teach the girls that it's okay for a male to beat on them.
That is not.
So what they're saying is, what he's saying there is that beyond girls and boys wrestling each other, some people will have a whole nother tournament to allow that to happen. But I think the first vote supersedes this vote.
I know in his whole comment that we're teaching the boys that it's okay to beat up on girls. That is not what we teach them how to do. So I don't know. Yeah.
Had a girl. Always.
One number two, they were in. You got me. You would rest. I mean, the third is no one, you know. Yeah, I said, this is the, this is you are all good. You can say it, especially where I let you read his courage, right? Then the next going to be another would be you're letting kids practice each other. And some of the
Call question? We ready to vote?
Repeat.
Yes. Abolish the practice of running two different tournaments at the same time at one or different locations in order to give a chance for a girl to wrestle in both boys brackets.
I think you can do that.
All in favor of this, raise your right hand or say yay. All opposed? All opposed? And abstained? Abstained. It'll be everybody but other than abstained. All abstained. We have two. Rich, Todd. Unless someone online didn't. Susan voted no. So she's part of, she does not agree with it either. Okay. Number three, the greatest, and I think the most important one is to change girls wrestling over to freestyle, not folk. The style in college is freestyle for girls currently. NCAA has just sanctioned girls wrestling as the NCAA sport in Division 1, 2, and 3. This would also help in the fight to change girls wrestling over at the National Federation High School over to freestyle. There has already been a state that has changed over, New York. There are other several states that are planning and changing over to freestyle to give their girls a head start on freestyle.
I think I'll speak on this one first because it most directly involves me. Simply put, you can't do this. You don't have the equipment to be able to run freestyle tournaments concurrently with those tournaments where it's, can't do it. There's no point in even trying to do this right now.
Not. Let's go.
Correct.
So, I mean,
I agree with it in principle, absolutely, and I supported Charles with this. He told me one of the education board with this, but we go for it. You have no kill time, and here's why. It's because we don't have the conditions to do it during the season.
That's all.
Call the question. Question's been called. Okay, we wait for her comment.
I mean, I love it. It's something that needs to happen sooner rather than later.
If you happen across the board. Because we're just now, reverse, even folk style, and then 2 weeks later, now you're freestyle to make it safe.
Did she comment? Yes.
And the location changes to freestyle in high school, it would just take away opportunity for girls.
Okay. Question's been called. All, the proposal for bylaw change is to change girls' tournament at our state tournament to freestyle versus folk. All in favor, raise your right or raise your hand. All opposed? All abstaining? Anybody abstaining? It is unanimous. Okay, Charles is a yes.
Hey, Kurt, can you hear me?
So
Kurt, Charles Hill, can you hear me?
Okay,
Hello? Hello?
next one.
Nope.
The equipment that girls wear should include mandatory sports bras designed for wrestling to limit injuries and exposures
Thank you, girls.
to young females.
Well, just specifically says designed for wrestling. And as a women's coach, there is no sport bra that is specifically designed for wrestling. No, it just states a properly fitting effort.
Correct. But this is already covered in the National Federation, so we don't need to address it again. And plus, who's going to? Yeah, it's not something that we want to have to trust. Yeah.
Call the question. All in favor that girls should wear a mandatory sports bra, that it be in our bylaws? Raise your right hand, raise your hand. All opposed? A sustain, who's sustaining? Abstaining. So we have two abstain, or, thank you.
No, these are just.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Bilby writes in, says, each year I've seen almost a decade and a half, a lot of time, effort, discussion wasted in following topics. So listed below are my bylaw recommendations. All Kansas wrestlers on any subsidized trip will be entitled to a coach in their corner for the purpose of safety and ensuring the match is fair for the sake of both wrestlers.
Call the question.
Call the question. All in favor of that wrestler on any subsidized trip will be entitled to a coach in their corner?
That's what's been happening.
So.
It does.
If
They don't have to have a coach, but basically the not policy, but the way that it's done past is that there's two Kansas kids. They said, don't let anybody coach in the corner because it's gonna create animosity between the kids. And it ended up causing a really big problem 2 years ago. So.
So there is a requirement to have a coach in the corner, USA Wrestling. But when we get up there, if we have two Kansas kids out there, sometimes we don't put coaches in the corner.
Can I speak to this?
But this, what Bill is saying is that if the kid wants a coach and the kid wants his coach to coach him, that coach can over this corner all he wants.
Especially that.
Can I speak to this?
That's scared me, like, in that corner chewing on. Because that's what makes them on.
Or
My kid, if you're a corner and you look at
William,
his,
Kurt.
one goes down,
anyone?
that is chewing on because.
You were,
You can in the corner with that.
you
And so make sure that it's by being there.
were,
Anyway, this
So call question.
it's basically coaches can coach how they're sitting within the corner. They're gonna be sitting in anyway.
I also read it as the wrestler.
Can I speak to this?
13. And then 850 for girls.
Bueller,
You darn right, yeah. You darn right.
My next goal is to drive, adding those.
No, will not.
Can you press that switch on?
So call the question.
Hold on, pause. Carl wants to say something, but you have to.
Can you hear me?
I think you should be able,
Kurt, can you
We
hear
got a
me?
lot to get through. Come on.
should be able to.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes?
All right, Carl, you should be good.
Okay, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so obviously I was in a situation like this 2 years ago. Yes, every kid is entitled to their coach, and that coach, regardless if it's a Kansas on Kansas match, or Kansas and New Jersey, or whoever else it is, that kid is entitled to a coach who's going to coach for them as effectively as possible, to include throwing bricks, to include giving any challenges that are possible, because you were there to coach that kid in that corner. And it's also for the safety of the athlete. If we've got guys just, hey, I'm going to coach both kids in one corner, that can't cut it. No way.
Thank you. Call the question. He said, yeah. Call the question. Question is, all Kansas wrestlers on any subsidized trip will be entitled to a coach in their corner for the purpose of safety and ensuring the match is fair for the sake of both wrestlers. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed?
Yes.
Any abstain? I did not see anybody abstain. Second question. USA Wrestling, Kansas State Freestyle Greco Tournament will continue to be a qualifier for our allocated 4 spots per weight, per style of wrestling, and per gender for Fargo that is tied to subsidized funding.
So we ran into this problem. We ran into this problem earlier this season where they said, we want to, well, Scott said, I want to choose who's on my team. Everybody else, state tournament, we decide this.
And he's saying that if it's subsidized for any, per gender for Fargo only. This is for Fargo only.
No, this
So
should be
USA
for
State,
But when next one says freestyle breakfast, we will continue to serve our teams receive. So basically, 2 and 3.
They are just different parts.
one's Fargo, one's school.
I think he separate out, put them out separately because maybe he thought the state body may vote differently on two. I don't know why. Maybe he thought. Either way. Yes. Given the merit of which happened, which was we should let this person start on the team because it may qualify, that maybe shouldn't be on the team. But it doesn't matter what the state body wants to do. This pretty much takes the choice out of our hands.
Good. Keep in mind, we have had, it's billable that way. The other is that by rule under USA Wrestling, we do have our recommended 4 spots that qualify them. out of our state tournament. But if they go to a northern or they go southern regionals, those top 6 places allows them to go to Fargo also, outside of this rule. Okay, that's.
Does it take away the?
Well, they're only if you're in the- or if
You have school.
able to attend the tournament due to a school event or a.
So the challenge match.
Just because they're waiting, or because you don't want to.
Hey, maybe if you look, and I'm in favor of this. We have too many crazy ass. I'm talking in favor. The challenge match is meant to be in lieu, so to speak, of the tournament, of you being at the tournament, not that you're skipping it.
But I think the challenge matches are totally separate.
They are separate.
We don't actually have anything in our bylaws concerning challenge matches either, so that's kind of. So what I would say is, whatever we decide here and when this gets to state body, say, hey, we need to understand there will be no more challenge matches if this passes.
But if there's a bylaw, this how we have.
But we're
Because
just, but there's that document,
There is that.
there's that document without. That challenge that.
Oh,
that
yeah,
finds
there
you
is.
the
There is
challenge
something in the
online.
bylaws. It's on our website.
Yeah, there's a form on there. I'm saying the bylaws don't have anything that says
So
that.
why is there a form created?
Well, there should,
Not our problem.
Hey.
Because we gave the directors basically the latitude to decide
Yeah.
whether.
and bottom line, if a kid's injured or can't be there because they have to attend school graduation it like happened this year, we have a process on our bylaw in our website that allows them to petition.
So,
Is
Uh,
there even in our laws pertaining to
No.
dual? So that's. Okay.
I would suggest that the state body have some, that states whether you champ allows you or do not, because the body needs to understand if they vote on it.
That. I'm for, as long as we have states that medically or event. Right. They if they're injured, you know. Having them in, that's my law.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still allow challenges.
For medical or school reasons.
Yeah, for both. Yes.
Yeah. Call the question.
All right.
The question is, USAW Kansas State Folk Style and Graphic Tournament will continue to be the qualifier for our allocated 4 spots per weight, per style of wrestling, and per gender for Fargo that is tied to subsidized funding. In addition, I'm going to state the other, well, let's vote. Let's vote. All in favor of that, raise your right hand. Number 2, yes.
Yes.
And then online. Was there anybody online that voted? Any opposed? Any abstain? Abstain. Okay. Next, same question. It's just that it's for the national dual teams, that the state freestyle and Greco tournament will continue to serve as a qualifier for our national dual teams as it receives USA subsidized funding. All in favor, raise your right hand or raise your hand. All opposed?
Everybody.
Any abstain? And then whoever's online.
So Susan wants you to keep the second. So repeat.
USAW Kansas State Freestyle and Greco Tournament will continue to serve as a qualifier for our national dual teams as it receives USAW Kansas subsidized funding. While we're waiting on that, I will continue to go on here,
She said yes.
okay? Okay, yes. This is number 4, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes. Number 4, elected deputy district directors will serve the clubs they represent in their respective district to plan, orchestrate, and execute regional training sites and training that fits the needs of the respective clubs and wrestlers in their districts.
I don't necessarily see the reason to need this in the Bible. I mean, this is gracious. It's not.
People that are elected in as deputy district directors will serve the clubs they represent in their respective district to plan, orchestrate, and execute regional training sites. In other words, maybe he's saying you're not going to do it in other districts. That's what it looks like to me.
We're addressing a problem that we don't even know exists. Call it.
Call the question.
I would do that, skip it and then have him in the state body maybe explain it.
Okay.
Now, I don't necessarily mind that, but it's going to be functionally the same as us saying no here today because we can't go ahead of the time at the state body to determine the threshold for this.
Yes. Can I make a suggestion, being that we don't understand what this is, that we go to the next one and someone calls in for clarification on what the hell he's talking about? Is that all right? Okay.
But I mean, he still can't clarify it more in writing because it's.
Yep. I can't hear you. Okay, go ahead. While we are,
I think we all should do that.
11:21. We're doing a restroom break real quick. You got 2 minutes.
We can extend it. If you needed it 5 more minutes, extend it.
Derek, you doing all right?
I'm tired. I got home about 1 a.m.
Oh. And Gonzalez is down there with you? Cool,
Yeah,
man.
so, work right, left your house, perfect. Got up to about 50 miles an hour, it's high, and then it was fine. Find the next one. And left, went to a stop, went down to practice there, and cut out them on the way. I live with my wife, but I live cut out on the way down there. And then they got it going again. Luckily, it's a lot more so
They got it going again.
Got it going again.
Intermittent.
After they left, they worked about halfway between them and Alice. Went out. Did you say all of our? So now they're up.
I can't hear you.
Yesterday, That move. Hopefully, not leads that were, that were. So we have to walk, find opposite. If I'm running. Or we'll take it.
Break it for what?
Oh, so.
We just want to rest.
Okay. Yeah. We'll,
So we-
We'll bring-
Material.
and we'll bring them in the room. Hold out. So,
Okay.
Today, they're, draft down.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead. Hey, girl. Hey, buddy.
temperature good?
Sorry.
Temperature all right?
I think the lighting's fine too.
Okay, good.
So,
But they're gonna go less than 2 minutes. Good.
Be careful though. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
1 week. One.
You what? I appreciate you being here, man.
One.
That's the power.
That's pretty good.
Well,
Right there.
Okay. What else?
we're like, we can do it.
Is everybody here? Nigel's here. Let's go back to discussion. Dylan?
It's to set the art location. You get one art and C location and whatever. This the at the art location. District director for that district.
That's how they did it.
So not. So he's basically, we don't let the freestyle connect to the state. Decide. No, and even.
That's how we did it. I mean, that's how they did it, that's how Billy did it, that's how Clay did it.
This is the, what we, this is what the bylaw can say, District director.
So that's
But
basically.
it's also to say that he's training sites and training.
So this
There
would,
were things that were not set by district director.
this would
Training
take,
sites were set by staff.
this would take this completely away from freestyle director. Freestyle director, like they would have no say whatsoever, despite being.
And he's talking about OTC.
So here's,
To your point, and training.
It's two separate things.
so here's my. I'm not picking it, right? Was it? I mean, that Scott, was it that our location?
Pittsburgh?
Okay.
No, Gerard. Yes,
And how many kids did he track?
he had me 30 kids there, 15, 20, 30.
I think that.
Okay, call the question. Okay. The elected deputy director, district directors will serve the clubs they represent in their respective district, plan, orchestrate, execute regional training sites and training that fits the need of the respective clubs and wrestlers in their districts. All opposed, or all for this motion, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Abstain. And did you get the ones online?
Nothing. I'll let you guys know. Susan's typing. And Susan is next.
Okay, thank you. Next one, freestyle Greco State Freestyle Greco Tournament will be hosted for the first full weekend of May each year to avoid prom and high school graduation season. Discussion.
I don't like having to be tied to a specific time.
Yeah. The biggest complaint I had this year was the freestyle season was cut short because the state tournament was so soon. Next year's state tournament will be at the end of May, first week of June. Not at the weekend after Memorial Weekend is when it's scheduled right now for freestyle Greco State. The one that was at Heartland in the middle of May moved to the end of May, beginning of June next year.
I like to have flexibility.
So it's kind of a, then, that's 6 days. But those are stuff, all these other. I don't know.
We're locked in to the folks that tournament.
Yep. Yes. It is. Southern Plains District. Greco, our state freestyle Greco tournament next year is at the end of May, beginning of June, that last weekend, right after Memorial. Yep. I call the question. All in favor that the state freestyle Greco tournament be hosted the first full weekend of May each year to avoid prom and high school graduation season, raise your right hand or raise your hand in support of that. Not seeing any support, raise your hand if you're opposed to it. All abstain? Anybody abstain?
We didn't sign a contract.
Not yet. You're supposed to be.
We're not tied to that.
Next one. State freestyle Greco tournament will be tied to a sealed bid process for a duration of 2 years, which opens solicitation to all clubs. The awarded site will be responsible for all officiating costs, streaming fees, hosting fees, facility fees, and awards.
This one's tough. Now, I don't want to do that, and this one's tough because not only does it tie our hands with the state board that put this on, but it could potentially end up as favoritism happening that should not.
Unlike we go to, we have contractors that we never financing, looking like advanced. I don't know if I've heard in the right place. The city will not do funding. Like he preserved the agreement for a year. They won't realize approval. So we have the proposal we want this, then we can have enforced it. To be honest, we want to try to move money up for the city.
Yeah.
I love that.
The problem with this is that they can put in a sealed bid, and make it sound all great and everything, and then that can end up not being the case at all. And they might be a really low bid just so they can get the site, and then all of a sudden they throw a crap. So I just don't like this.
Okay,
Yes.
call the question. We are voting upon the state freestyle Greco tournament will be tied to a sealed bid process for the duration of 2 years with open solicitation to all clubs. The awarded site will be responsible for all officiating costs, streaming fees, hosting fees, facility fees, and awards. All in favor of this bylaw change, raise your hand. Not seeing any. All opposed, raise your hand. I see unanimous. Any abstain? Would it be online? What do we have online?
No.
Okay. Going on to the next, other than Susan's vote. Each district director will select a representative per age group. Thank you. Per age group and per gender post-state body meeting for the purpose of seeding the state folk style tournament at the conclusion of districts at that Sunday. Virtual seating will be conducted with a representative as outlined above and one board member to seed the bracket based on the true best weight wrestler, 8 wrestlers, regardless of where they live or which district they reside in, thus eliminating the current the district alignment of seating and eliminating the true second. So in other words, it would not be a random vote where you pulled the balls up and said what districts were opposed to each other, and also it does away with true second.
This is really more on the district directors.
This doesn't. After these. It is to any the state district places to just commit to a tournament. Now we're to USA. We don't know from the district tournaments in the state. And I know when I'm going to see the kids. Whatever. I think that. I think this works. Anybody? You're back. Yeah.
We ready to call the question? Yeah. Call the question. The proposal is that each district director will select a representative per age group, or per gender, post-state body meeting for the purpose of seeding the state folk style tournament at the conclusion of districts that Sunday. A virtual seeding meeting will be conducted with a representative as outlined above and one board member to seed the bracket based on the true best 8 wrestlers, regardless of where they live or which district they reside in, thus resulting in current format and district alignment for seeding and eliminating true second. All in favor, raise your hand. Not seeing any in favor. All opposed. Charles said no. Susan said no. Any abstain? 1 abstain. Next one, incorporation of 600 in the USAWKS State Series as an official event for us. Discussion.
Can it be done logistically? in the 3 days that we have.
Logistically, so, I mean, my takes this to she presents the main classes for recreation. Mathematically, we can
Could,
600 has walk on process. If you have 64 in a bracket, you would have qualifier. In my, you don't need weight class. 600 or 10, can't remember what it is.
Data, 8, if they're 6, you can't work in that state.
Until, until we have.
Like a lot of my kids, when they qualify at 80, and they go, status. Well, I mean, they're push you, but they might beat you. There's some. Yeah.
And
Just maybe.
the other thing is 6U is our biggest population. It's the biggest population. Yeah.
You really need to be one parent schedule. In the 600. Hey. If we're gonna say that.
I'd love to see it happen. That's the only way that we can do this. Is if we can slot those extra kids into those 3 days that we have.
So,
And not be at 15 hours of competition.
1990s, or 97, when the very first time I was we didn't get that until 8, 9, until about 7.
so what number is this on the list under building? Is this 5 or 6?
7.
7? Can I ask that we so can I ask that we table this until we hear your proposal? Is that acceptable to this board to table this item right here until we hear what Steve's proposal is? All opposed, raise your hand. Okay, we're tabling it. We are tabling an incorporation of 6 and under. Then we go to the next one, incorporation of Heartland Dual Series under USAWKS.
I would say on this one, this is not one of our things. This has always been a Cook and James Cook thing. It's not even a US thing, to be quite honest. I mean, it is, but it's no. If they want to keep it, it's their money or whatever.
They have the last exception. It's like one of them, more than years. When somebody else, person didn't really have to, that cancer, and then you and so I mean, went down. It's hoping.
As this is written, this is a null and void proposal. I'll tell you why. As treasurer, I know personally that the Heartland Dual is under USAWKS umbrella. It is under our 501c3, and the incorporation of the Heartland Dual Series under us already exists. It's part of what we finance under our Form 990 to the federal government. They are already under our umbrella. I'm saying this is null. Now, if it said you go run the tournament, that's a whole different topic. But we already have them under our umbrella, unless they elected not to be under our umbrella this year.
Then why is he not showing up with us?
It does show up.
We don't get to keep it. We give it all back.
The incorporation of that money into it is no different than the district directors and money in our buckets.
This is a valid point.
Okay. It's accounted for the same way as the districts. We do not miss with the district's money. We don't miss with the Heartland money. But it's all under the umbrella. We report on the finances, the state body for the budget they put together. 50990 that goes to the federal government, takes the district money and put them all together, and that goes to the federal government.
So.
Her-
You're saying it's already under. I think it's a little bit. So are you, so is that? We set.
Yes.
And it. Why?
We did not subsidize it.
Okay,
We-
Charlotte. Go on ahead, Charlotte.
Okay, I think this leads into a bigger thing. You guys want to table the 6Us, but if we actually promote Heartland and we move our high school to Heartland, then you can bring in 6Us into the state tournament competition without missing a beat, can't you?
Well,
So he's saying at Heartland rules. At Heartland rules, we are removing 6U from Heartland rules. Heartland's its own thing and 6U coming to us. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you want to move 6U to our state tournament, then you move 6U to the state tournament because Heartland Duels is that same weekend, is it not? Or the weekend after. It's very close. At any rate, you take the high school division and you say, hey, look, you're going to Heartland. And then you're swapping one division for another basically at our state tournament. Numbers wise, it doesn't, I think it probably equals out. It's not.
that we table.
Right, but that is my point on this, right? William, where are you on that?
So let me just give you a little why this is, I'm not very happy about this. I was basically blackballed out of the Heartland rules because Oakley runs that, because I'm on the board here. It's like, I don't want USA to have any part or any influence in this tournament. So that's why.
And
So
Okay,
I'm like,
but
why are we saying this is under us, yet we're letting somebody else run this, and they won't even let us as a board.
Well, there, I guess, William, therein lies my point. If we're going to make Heartland Duels our thing, we need to start making it our thing, right? We need to start putting in coaches and
They, at
teams
the end of the year, they would have
districts and everything, right? We need to run this like we run duels, like we run Fargo, like we run everything else that we do. If we're going to take ownership of Heartland Duels, let's take ownership of it.
True.
It's not true.
Maybe not for like.
It's been true every year up until right now.
What? Correct. I think it is two ways here, which I know we want to do. Or we take it out, we go do it. Well, we have. How much paying for Heartland budget line?
This year,
Previous.
15,000. Actually, it was around 20 because we did girls too. We did not.
Which they did.
To your point, Stephen, if we take over this and run it ourselves, and we're responsible for providing all the coaches and everything else, when they go to the.
We shouldn't be, we either run away, make them go get their, whatever they have, run 503. That's what we should do. I don't think we should take this on in this way. 600, man, that's a whole different man. I really think, remove it. I don't want to see three man or not.
I would agree with that, but there is the effect of the kids.
It is something.
That would just.
I don't, no, I think it continues. It happened this year without our help. Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like in the future,
I'm it's separate.
The drama.
Well,
I think.
Each one of their, whatever age, all age.
We'll call the question then.
Susan,
Hey, Kurt.
she stayed in where campus, anywhere
Okay, as I will repeat, as written, that this already exists. They are already, incorporation and the rest already exists. That's why I said it's null. And the bullet even says 8 to 14,000 per year. Whether they choose to do that this year, I haven't heard from them. Other than at the beginning of the season, I heard that we didn't need any of your money. We're doing it all our own.
Basically, we know this one, and it's gonna end up being tabled, and we'll find out if it's their budget. If they don't send their budget, this year, we remove them all and have it with receipt. Yeah.
True.
But if they budget, we can submit it to.
But why are we just spend our kids?
That budget is not submitted. Hold. You're true, but I do not submit his budget. I don't submit his budget. I don't submit District 1's. I only submit our operational budget to our budget. All the rest of it is under the umbrella and gets reported in books still, but it's only as a total. We only report our totals. Yes, they will. Then the 501c3 coverage is gone. Yes. They didn't want it. Yes,
They didn't want the money because they didn't want us to influence their term. That's why. They want us to have the umbrella, they want the name. They just don't.
Permits not waiting. These are not, they should be. I just think you're either or you're out. You should. Either be. Come and run. Or.
Yeah, that it's in there.
Just as a report out, and you'll see that under this, we have a district. I do not report money other than this item every year. Here under KS school gold team, there's no there. I don't cover any of us. Okay.
So back to it. Call the question. All in favor of incorporation of Heartland Dual Series under USAWKS? Raise your right hand. Or raise your hand. All opposed?
Everybody understands what a person is.
Well, the problem is, it can't even be proposed to the state body if it's already the thing.
Okay,
Because this is basically.
let's consider it as that it does not, as a rule, it can't exist.
All right.
No. And that was number 9. Okay, going on to J.C. Christensen. Because they're already under incorporation of USAWKS. At the beginning of the season, they were. At the end of last year, they were. Yeah. So, Philly cheese was Rich Zimmerman, Nigel, Steve Foster. Chef salad was J.C. Christensen. Kelsey had a chef salad. Bacon wrap was Mickey and Jesse. Buffalo chicken wrap was Liz.
You have. I don't see if sitting. But I open that.
Yeah.
Just. Following. I want to. Okay. And you have.
Chef, does anybody want a shift salad? There, I had a tuna wrap, but I also put my name down on a Philly sandwich.
What, do you want both those?
I want someone else to have that as well. I want to make sure everybody gets something. Chicken Caesar wrap is, yeah, it would have been extra. Yep. Man, that's chef salad. What do you have left?
Yeah, whatever's left.
You have what? Chef salad.
You're usually like, oh,
Why don't you? Does everybody have something other than Richard right now? Richard, why don't you take my, okay, then you got yours in, okay. I thought you didn't have one. Who are we under, JC?
hold on one second. Susan wants to say something. Susan, you're good now.
Sorry, that was from before. I was just gonna say during the Heartland thing, I reached out to Cook many, many, many times. I had coaches lined up. I had kids reaching out, parents reaching out, and never got any response. I kind of feel like if you're gonna wear a Kansas singlet, then you need to be part of Kansas, and it's not just a one-man show. So that was just my 2 cents on that. Thank you, Amanda.
No problem.
Y'all's lunch sounds really good.
Yes.
All right, where are we?
Okay. We will eat while we're going along here, okay, everybody. This one is JC Christensen's. And what he's saying, he has 3 of them, if I wrote it down. Yeah, 3 of them. First one is USA Kansas meetings are open to any and all members. This includes the district meetings and state body meetings. This is what the policy says. While closed meetings are absolutely discouraged, they can be held, but business cannot be conducted in these meetings. A closed meeting does not require minutes, documentation, nor notice. In the spirit of, say, Kansas wrestling, transparency, these meetings are not encouraged. This bylaw prohibits closed meetings from conducting any business by also allowing closed meetings to exist. If closed meetings cannot conduct business, then their existence is unnecessary and contradictory. Additionally, not requiring minutes, documentation, or notice for a closed meeting contradicts the organization's transparency goals. Suggestion change, remove or modify the statement to clarify the role of closed meetings. For example, all meetings where official USAWKS business is conducted shall be open to all members. Any closed meetings, if held, must be documented and reported to the board, except in cases of personal matters or legal discussions.
As far as we've never had a closed meeting, this particular board. I
Yeah.
don't know why they never,
We have.
which one?
We voted on treasurer, I think, in a closed meeting, or we discussed.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's different.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Hold on.
Executive session
It wasn't a
is completely
closed meeting,
different,
it
and
was
it's
executive session.
for a
That's different
specific
issue.
reason. I don't see any reason why this board, any future board, could have a closed meeting. Because just like it says up there, we can't conduct business during any year. So I just don't think that this is really a problem. And not only that, but you can't document a closed meeting because then it would be open, not open, but anybody could view it and know what was said in there. And so that defeats the purpose of having a closed meeting, other than to keep
All we,
saying it
we didn't,
that aren't actually there.
we didn't have a closed meeting. It was executive
So
session.
he was saying remove it or modify the statement that the meetings shall be conducted as open to all members.
All of our meetings are
Closed
open to all
meeting if held
members.
must be documented and reported to the board, except in cases of personnel matters or legal discussions. Why wouldn't we just do an executive session?
Kurt, we did.
Because that's what we do. We have a legal thing going on or something personal, we go in executive session.
We already do it that
I
way.
mean, that's a courtesy.
Hey, Kurt, even my team meetings were open. All of our meetings have always been open. If we went into an executive session like we did for the treasurer, that was because that was more of a confidentiality type of thing, and we were
Are
interviewing
we at that
people.
point? Or more discussion? Call the question and called. Second to it? Okay, Richard seconds. All in favor of removing or modifying the statement to clarify the role of closed meetings, raise your hand in support of that. Yep. Mickey too. Oh, I thought you raised your hand then. All opposed to removing or to this change? Raise your hand. All abstaining. So we had two.
They're not bringing these in.
What'd you
I don't
order?
know what we were voting here.
Dang it.
I don't even know what we were voting here. I don't have any idea.
I think so. Step solid.
I didn't order that.
You won't have them.
Susan's kind of.
What way are we voting here?
Here too.
That's the reason I'm.
What's yes, what's no?
We already did that.
Any ideas?
Number two,
Number two,
Susan said,
current bylaws state the state shall be divided in 4 geographic districts as determined by the board of directors. Charter clubs within each district shall elect from its member charter clubs and the following directors on an annual basis. The district director, a minimum of 2 assistant directors and 1 assistant Olympic style director, official director, and a women's wrestling director. Assistant director shall report to the respective district director. The district Olympic style representative, district officials, district and women's wrestling director shall report directly to the state Olympic style directors. Proposed change, the state shall be divided into 4 districts as determined by the board of directors. A charter club within each district shall elect from its members chartered clubs the following directors on an annual basis. A district director, minimum of 2 assistant directors, a district Olympic style director, an officials director, women's wrestling director, the assistant director, district directors, district Olympic style director, officials director, women's wrestling director shall report directly to the respective district director, ensuring that district leadership has direct oversight over officiating and women's wrestling initiatives within their region. I believe this helps each district retain decision-making authority over a local tournament qualification procedure, youth development initiatives, and other district-level wrestling programs. Any decision made by a district may only be overturned by 2/3 vote of the board of directors. Finally, here is the final bylaw change I would like to, well, that's the next one. So what he's saying is that right now, the people that report in the freestyle season report to Scott and work under Scott. Okay, as an example, what he's proposing is those district people would still report up through Richard and Rich and District 1 JC, District 4 Jesse. So he's taking it out underneath the freestyle umbrella and putting it over the org of that underneath the decision making under the folk style directors. We would have to, yes. Discussion.
I don't know everything that happened.
It's some years.
I don't know anything that happened during this particular record season. But I do know that we've had various different parts of the state not in cohesion with each other, doing their own thing. And that's not good for the state. So anything that we can do that really makes it to where everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing as opposed to what works for them would be good in my opinion.
Hey, Susan. Go. Hey, Susan. Go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so my thoughts on this is I understand that the boys had some issues on their side. The girls' side, we didn't have those same kind of issues. And so I kind of feel like we don't really necessarily need to have that many cooks in the kitchen. My team worked great. Our coaches worked great together. And so I kind of feel like it was a leadership thing and not necessarily because of the leadership wasn't necessarily correct or whatever, that there was things that happened. But I think if the right person is in there, those things won't happen. Does that make sense? I kind of feel like if you get too many cooks in the kitchen, that's a lot of opinions. And it just makes things take a lot more time to get things taken care of. That's just my own thought.
Let me add something to this. This submittal happened before we even started that season. Okay.
So I remember that this is the way. When did it change?
When I made the organizational chart in 1988, it was separate underneath the freestyle Greco people. They reported up through those people. If it changed later on, I don't know about that. But we're back to it supporting the freestyle. The other portion of that is, the reason why we added the organization to begin with is when the freestyle in that season got over, no one wanted free, with the freestyle. I meant freestyle season. No one, if they wanted truncate, no one helped out. So we created a whole different program relative to the season. And it took it out from underneath the district directors. Not that they didn't work together. I personally think that you should keep it as is, but that's my own thoughts. They should up through the organization of freestyle, Olympic style org.
We have 4 both about records. We don't, it's gone right underneath that. Then those 4 directors go straight to state. Also, if you don't do this, they're going to not hurt their district. They're the leader of that. For freestyle, the only straight. When they kind of, I mean, I think it's district, when the freestyle, we kind of have same. That the way I think, if you change it, and you know, this, or I think the simple, the way it's done, the way there's the reports to the state director instead of district director. Therefore, they district 4, state 3 record, so that they say all underneath. Again, you don't want that. You're saying separate freestyle district. I think we have to go back. So then the you have coming to the district under head. That
Say it another way.
I just feel like, honestly, I agree. It should. Yeah. For right now, they're saying, what you trying to say, that's in him, and going straight here. So he, in the district, not maybe. So it's kind of, I need to know what's on my district. One person, and I can see where that, you're getting a lot of time, and why, you got that, you're growing a district, but yeah, when it comes to this, I'm not, go straight there, I can maybe stay over the city, and I think that really.
Rich, do you want to stay in the folk style season? I mean, street style season, Greco?
Let's just set the point.
I feel like it's very. I mean,
We elect Reshaw, district committee. Our Reshaw, in this, we got on. Hey, no, I'm hit. But, and I get, you say. But. I also. Yeah, later. And when the nation.
That's what he said it would happen. He suggested that would happen.
You know, I agree with you. I don't. But that's how if you don't do this. Reality. They report to
In reality, the freestyle records should be all in district.
Be
But, like, that's how. It within.
You guys call the question? Are we ready to vote? The proposal is that the state shall be divided into 4 geographic districts as determined by the board of directors. The charter clubs within each district shall elect from its member chartered clubs following directors on an annual basis: a district director, minimum of 2 assistants, a district Olympic style director, an officials director, and a women's wrestling director. Assistant directors, district Olympic style director, officials director, women's director shall report directly to the respective district director, ensuring that district leadership has direct oversight over officiating and women's wrestling initiatives within their region. All in favor?
Because I think the top of the proven bylaw. Because. I mean, okay, I for some reason, in the system that for every 2 years, I thought he came together on the name. I just, for some reason, every odd year, they. Yeah, we hear it every odd year. I would know if he's trying to say, across the border, what if that, so I'm curious.
If that's the case. It's kind of burning. Is that said? If that's not.
He would have pulled that right out of there. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor of what JC has proposed, raise your right hand. I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see any reason why officials directors should be reporting to the district director. I don't, that doesn't make sense. Like, what would they say?
There should be a bylaw that says that the district wants that could come next year. If you want to pull the officials out from under that, put that under yourself. Propose that next year.
It's not projected, we're just basing what we're. So you read.
Share your.
I thought it was.
Go to your team meeting. That there.
Which one?
The one, the box.
This one?
Yeah, maximize that. There you go. Now go share. And we're gonna screen. And probably. Yeah. One. You'll have to do that for each.
Okay.
Each one. Anyway, we voted on that, so, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and other than we might have got the ones on the out that are.
Can you scroll down? I can see where, see if I can just scroll down, change right there.
Okay, we good? With the vote tally with what? If it passed, didn't it?
There we go. Right.
9, yes.
We'll continue on.
Wait.
Number three for JC,
Whatever.
current bylaw. Each charter club whose charter was issued by USAW Kansas and paid during the previous fiscal year by March 1, charter club, a charter club must be in good standing with USA Kansas Wrestling to be eligible to vote. Each voting member shall have only one vote, and in order to vote, each club director must have a current USA Wrestling leadership membership before the state body meeting is called to order. His proposed change would say each chartered club whose charter was issued by USA Kansas and paid for during the previous season are March 1st, and which contains a minimum of 15 registered USAW Kansas members, whether it be wrestlers, coaches, or officials at the time of the state body meeting. A charter club must be in good standings. Is the same. Each voting member shall have only one vote. That's the same. In order to vote, each club member must have a current USA Wrestling card before the state body meeting is called. Only thing that changed was A, with the addition, the definition for a club is that they will have 15 registered USAWKS members on there. 15. His rationale is to prevent clubs from manipulating votes. A minimum membership threshold ensures that clubs actively contribute to wrestling, develop rather than existing solely to influence the state level decisions. They encourage growth and development by requiring the clubs to have at least 15 registered members. It's a set of clubs to recruit and retain youth wrestlers, coaches, and officials, rather than just existing for administrative or political purposes, and maintain voting integrity. This reduces the risk of fraudulent or disproportionate representation, ensuring that voting clubs are actively engaged in the sport.
I am currently looking at the amount of current clubs right now, 15 or less. I just want to see that.
Let me speak to that.
Yours, 15. That's why we pay.
My check is this, nobody's hit signed up yet. This said, for this.
No, it says before
It's for the column. It's for the previous-
March 1st.
So it'd be 15 minutes previous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it's here. But there's a lot of with
I'm sorry.
To my son, wrestler, that you get on here. It's like that. Most of
Well, you, in shipping, two clubs, you have to add, like his whole club.
Yeah.
And
We do, like, which club is being that it and preventing in there.
there are 42 clubs with less than 15. That's way,
That's
way high. That's 42 clubs. Now, how many of those clubs come to this body meeting and how many of those people vote?
Someone said.
Not free, they only have one. Like those little kids.
Yeah, the one that are set there.
Okay, so the two that have 15 are CTC and Manhattan Regional Training Center. Those are the only two with 15. After that, we have 16 that are next level with that, includes your independent high school, we don't count. Thunderbird, doesn't count, RSA also has 20. No, that, yes.
So how many? Give me the name.
10 Ryan independent hands. Beaver Club,
Wow.
so that's.
No, that, yeah.
Thunderbird, they have the Animal House 8, Cardinal Wrestling Club Wrestle League 9, Rebellion 9, Vortex 9, Kansas 7, Great Bend, high school. Northwest Diamondback 6, Brandon County 6,
How about 5 below?
5.
Nice.
The lowest one, percent one. Elkhart, B1, Lucky Duck,
Anyone?
Deer Creek, SEK, Open Map, only has 2.
Hello?
Rampage, Falcon, Westside, KE, those are all 3.
Hello?
Hutch Wrestling Club only has 4.
Hello?
What?
Hello?
Not with, not the top.
There's correction, read it.
Yeah, 15, FX, 42.
I did proposal, if we got, it's at 5.
But yeah, I've seen a lot of like our RTCs like Vortex, they have not because the rest they didn't go on the second.
So.
Yeah.
Hello?
There's a system to put your
One.
club in your RTC and then you follow through seasons.
One.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what,
also, here's the deal, they probably really have that. So it's really their responsibility to go in there, turn around, are under the
Hello?
yes, but do your job. Oh,
Yeah.
no offense.
no, he's really trying to prevent political stuff going on. That's what he's trying to do.
So there was this one time that I was in this meeting and I was trying to ask a question, but I couldn't get recognized because I was
That's another, these 43 people are shut up to the
good sort
state
of
body,
kids.
trying to vote. But that big deal.
Yes.
I'm sorry for not giving your feelings.
Oh,
And a lot of these people are also directors of clubs that are there representing the other club in the first place.
I don't think this happened anytime probably in recent history, but there wasn't where people were starting.
Tara, what'd you have for lunch?
Just so that they could have enough state body.
I was on the train during lunch, so I didn't really have much.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and before I
Yeah.
tried Canada Prague.
Oh, how fun. How
Yeah, it
fun.
was nice.
Awesome. I hope you got good pictures.
Oh, we have a ton of great pictures. I'm gonna throw them all up on the Facebook when I get home.
So
There you go.
I would say probably, I mean, we haven't voted on it yet.
Very
I'm
hard
probably
to understand what half of them are saying.
I don't like Stephen, I don't have 15.
Absolutely no idea.
Great.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's call the question. Call the
Oh,
question.
question.
My hand
Here
about
comes the
105.
question.
All in favor of
Hey, can I
each,
actually? Hey, hello, Bert. Bert.
each charter club whose charter was issued by USAW Kansas and paid for the previous fiscal year by March 1, and which maintains a minimum of 15 registered USA Kansas members, wrestler coaches, and/or officials at the time of the state body meeting, are voting member. All the rest of it's the same.
Okay, Charlie, you're good.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, all right. All right. So this calls into question. I'm gonna throw a little club out there for you guys. Russell Elite. How many members do they have, Amanda?
I'm in just a second. All right, that's it. No, they're not.
Russell Elite doesn't have a bunch, do they?
Hold on.
They may have more this year than they have in the past, but they've not had a lot. But they do have a Fargo finalist and a Fargo placer on both the
They
boys and girls.
Oh, sorry.
They have what?
85 Wrestling Club, Wrestling Elite.
Small clubs though, yes? Just because they're small clubs don't mean they don't have kids. You have clubs building on other clubs. Vortex just moved off, and so now you're saying that the Vortex dudes don't have a vote? That seems weird. Now, if you don't have any active wrestlers and you're creating a club for votes, obviously that needs to be addressed. You can't just be a club director with no active members.
Hear that, Richard?
Whatever that is, right? But the point is, you can't have a club without active members. It's not a club. So putting a stop on the number of members, well, my little club down in Fredonia, look, man, we may have 15, we may have 8, we may have 30, just kind of depends on the year. But I'm still putting kids on teams and stuff, but I don't get a vote if I don't have 15. Russell Elite's got kids in Fargo finals and placing, and you know, you can build that up from 2 kids. So putting a cap on the number of participants is silly. As long as you have participants, then you go with what you go. You don't have to have kids to be worthy of a vote.
Yeah, we're about to.
Yep.
We can't hear all the rest of what's going on, so I'm just giving my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm gonna keep my speaker on so that hopefully this side of the room mute it. So if you guys or Carl, if you guys, I have my computer. Just okay.
I think if that's like Westford and not all that, I think it would be good. Because here's what's, we should basically divide Westford. There's so many and they're gonna be kids get first class, years old. If the threshold is low, and then the items, people that the assistant by mission or their free sons and your neighbor, so that they can.
So I already called the question, and that is under A. What defines a voting member? Is a charter club who was there previous year by March 1st and maintains a minimum of 15 registered USA members. All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed?
Susan's a no.
Yeah.
Charles a no.
What did I say?
You're nine.
10.
Stay.
And then one was abstaining.
Yes, abstaining. Okay, with your paperwork, there's a Kaylee Thompson. It says Steve Foster there, but it's a typo.
Oh, this is Big Haley.
You're Kaylee then?
Article 6. Lowest consistent weight. If the winner still cannot be determined, then the winner will be a coin flip qualifying two-style tournament. The girls' division will not require qualifying series. Brackets will be created by block bracketing after the deadline for entries. The deadline for entries will be established on the tournament flyer. Girls may only compete in the girls' division.
Exit this one.
I will. The intent of these rules are to protect girls from boys competing in the girls' bracket, not the other way around. Is there something here? In the case of Kaylee Thompson, she was a 6', 390-pound girl who would not. Do I see a change?
Here's the problem. In our bylaws that are online, on one section of the bylaw.
Can you press the shirt at this tab instead, please?
another section. It still says you're gonna do, that's gold. It still says you're gonna do.
Where do I?
Here.
Right here.
Share.
Sure.
Share.
Go back
There
there.
you
I don't, do I see something here actually?
No.
Other than the fact that your current bylaws say that it's going to be medicine.
Which that would probably change because he's updating the website, right? I'm guessing it's not part of the bylaws that we have now.
Well, the actual text of the bylaws that are going into the new website are based on the last document that was up there, which says 2022. So if we have any newer bylaws, I'm not aware of them.
I,
The 22 is the last time.
I do not see a bylaw change in this here. Let's just see a comment. Is it?
Yes. So no, that.
No, under,
That's C now.
That, here's one. So. That is. Yeah.
so,
Pretty strong. One girl, she was a seventh grader at the time.
bylaw change. Women's wrestling weight classes. Good morning, I would be ecstatic if there would be a 215 weight class in women's wrestling or in wrestling in a 235, but I weigh 110 every day and it sucks having to wrestle girls that are considerably bigger than me. I'm asking that there be a 250,
But I think it's another one that has to do with girl league.
okay? Can I, everybody in favor of tabling this?
Yes.
Raise your hand. No opposed? Okay. Got quite a bit to go through.
That's the epitome of me. Me thinking.
Next one, OE wrestling, right?
Right on the page. It needs to be in the brain of everybody. Only thinking about themselves with that. That's silly.
Man,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, even.
okay, that said,
Oh, that's funny.
how many is there? Two proposals? One?
This one.
Okay. I would like Smith following to be considered. I appreciate the time board. Proposal one. This is crazy. Under bands purchased, selling the bands and not less than the number of people on the floor. I think the board needs to visit going back to the clubs, getting two bands for first 5 wrestlers qualified, an additional for each 2 to 3 more wrestlers qualified. This is how it used to be back in the day. Clubs could determine who they really want to receive these bands. Or the other option would be the lanyards for the coaches to change in and out, but they would only get so many based on kids qualifying. This was done during the COVID tournament and it worked well. Again, the team could decide who they approach. Is this really a tournament operation issue? Because I know you're already going to be doing this. Is that a consensus? I don't think this is a bylaw. Okay, if you don't mind, I'll go to proposal 2 then. Okay, and note number 1, even though it's not on your page, is null. Number 1 No, this is OE.
So lately,
Proposal 2, bring back getting a vote on officials for their kids' state tournament. The districts could get their vote for 4. The top 4 each district without repeats would get a bid. This would be 16 officials. Is that a bylaw change or is that?
there's nothing in the bylaws that even comes close to talking about how the state officials are picked. That's always at the complete discretion of the official director. But I will say, 6, 7 years ago, when they changed in the district, sort of vote on to letting the director do it. And the reason for that was because we kept getting officials out of districts that had no business in the state tournament because they ran with a bunch of coaches and clubs in their district. Like, yeah, let's have this guy over there. One of them, 2 of them, can't get sent home. It's that bad. So I'm not saying the clubs shouldn't have a say in it, but they really have to decide what it is for that tournament because they don't know who they are now. I will say this: district director, sent out an email, every single one of them said, send me a list, 7 guys at the district that you think would do a great job, and they all did. And for the most part, all those individuals were ones that I selected. So I do listen. I just don't think that's the hamstrung what the district vote is on.
Okay, call question. She is making a formal request. Okay. Call the question. All in favor of dictating how officials are selected? Bringing back the vote on officials for the state tournament. The districts would get 4 each. And then after that, be up to 16 that we have. And then from there on, you select the rest of them all the way up to 30. All in favor of that proposal, raise your right hand. All opposed, seeing there is no, all opposed.
I'm abstaining. I clearly have conflict of interest with this one, so.
And did we get the votes on the outside?
Waiting.
Ooh.
Oh, geez. Susan wants the question repeated.
If you go to your entire screen there,
Where?
click on share. Then hit that one. Then rather than pick add, see at the top where it says entire screen. Then hit share. That way.
We're not changing.
Whatever you put on your screen is what else see. Hit share. You got it.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Now it's
Okay.
Now you're in the full screen. You don't have to change all that. Whatever.
Yes, it is. I can see it all now.
Now, is that, yeah. Was there a request from someone?
Yeah, Susan wanted you to repeat the question before voting. The last-
Just say no.
Basically, if the districts get to choose the officials that represent at the state tournament, full representation.
Yes. Okay. Next one, Rusty Miller.
Would like to abstain.
Rusty Miller out of Norton makes the following suggestions and modifications being proposed. This last statement right here, the modifications being proposed would add 3 weight to 8 and under, 4 weights to 10 and under, 2 weights to 12 and under, 3 weights to 14, and 2 weights to high school divisions. And these would be the proposals. You see the underlined weights of what is being proposed.
Do we follow the same high school Keisha weights?
No,
Wrestling or different? Okay.
we have two
Additional.
additional ones because of the weight difference.
According to the bylaw.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So we have like a 95 pound or something like that at the bottom, and then we have one in between.
So we have all these weight classes. I don't know how this matches up to what you put out there.
What was that?
This part here is just boys.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's included within
I
it.
got you. I didn't see them on it.
Okay. So we're adding 70, 140 to 800
We had
boys right here.
He's just showing like how many boys class.
Yeah. This is the boys here.
Oh,
Only changing
oh,
the
it's-
girls there.
Leaving the boys alone, adding the girls, three-way class. And then we got the 10 and under boys. And then, true.
He outlined it. 8U, there's 3 grades that he wants to add, and wants to add.
That's girls.
Those are girls.
Oh.
I did the same thing.
Should have been a space in
Uh-huh.
between there.
So they were proposing 120, 130, 155, 70, 90,
And removing one.
and removing 125. That's 10 and under girls. Boys, 12 and under, stayed the same. Girls, we would be proposing an increase to 19 weight classes, adding 205 and 235.
District 4 girls.
14 and under, boys would remain the same. And then we'd be 14 under girls, currently 17, we'd increase it to 20. And those additions would be going to 5-pound increments, it looks like, until you get to the upper weights where it balances the larger skill in the upper divisions. High school, guys would stay the same. And then we would do high school girls, we have 14 classes proposed to 16, by adding a 95 and a 210. These are merely suggestions, some proposed changes would help close the gap in the disparity of the boys' weight classes with the girls, and would at the same time help include a segment of the women's division.
So I would, this is my thoughts on this matter at the moment, is I agree that we need to add more girls, weights, because participation numbers are getting where they need to be. The problem I have is that he put these all into one proposal, which is going to confuse people, number one. And number two, I don't want to have to be doing this every single year. It's confusing enough in high school every 2 years now. You just need to pick a standard set and stick with it. What I think.
Here's the opinion of what district side.
But there's some, like, you know, our guidelines say, you know, 35 pounds, you get a girl that weighs 190. And she has.
Is that good?
You can't wrestle.
Yep.
By law, you're not allowed to wrestle. Yeah. How many do you get with?
Steve, you good?
Yeah. So we do stop, for example, maybe 5 for these girls. Biggest, one, how many girls are bringing down to a 5, 5? Are we getting this? You know, our, I'll say, anywhere you current tradition, you'll be, be a girl, and that's in the probably and it's boys. I just don't that currently.
Which that all comes to the same time, this, the other one.
I think Stephen is saying he doesn't want to have a 3-person bracket.
I just don't know, like, who's picked those 10? How many 10?
But. So why do you not do the same early class? Boys, girls, and you do the boys that you have that way. They come out.
We're not a state tournament. We're not state.
They do. It's more of an issue when they get to state. The smaller, they have a girl that did not weight class, that was either overweight or underweight, and did not rep because they did division with them. And they were young enough, they weren't going to jump up to Russell High School. None of it. So I think the goal is to make sure everybody Russell, not everybody can bump up. You know, I mean, age-wise and all that. I mean, I got to see he at 65 pounds, he can't bump because he'll get that every time. He mentally is a kid, 12 and under. I can bump him today. This year, he'll go to 1400. There's no where to go to state. Can't ask him to do that. That's what he is. I understand we can bump up, and yeah, most kids have some that are mentally strong. But we have how many novices? I'd be curious. How many novice kids go to our city? There is a bump. I know half of my club is novice kids that qualify for state. And I can't have a novice kid go in. You already know they both, but ask him to jump an age group and go wrestle a kid that in 14-year-old kid. That's not always right. So adding 2 extra kids, no more round robins, but we're not also trying to don't put that way. Oh, you're weighing you got 2 weeks and you got 5. You actually, you know, some kids, you know, we don't. I got 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 5 pounds. Just, but you know, we got.
Request our representative. Yes, we had a wrestling club, 2 girls for the class. We had another look for the maximum weight class in both of those different age divisions. We had girls for the boys, second, and we are not in kids wrestling club.
So it's like community classes that we can they still be said there's one kid wrestling or will they?
I think what I think when I saw from this, I think what I think because you're gonna kids, we're still I think some of the right.
You're talking probably, right? It's 2, 3 kids having the tournament. That's 3.
Yes.
So
Speaking as a girls' school coach, yes.
let me ask you an odd question, because the weight classes come up again. We tabled the first time. Rusty.
There's no case.
And Michelle Anderson's.
Yeah, I have down Darren Schneider
Look at
and
scoring states and see what weight classes they've added since we go to those states
Yes.
so often.
You gotta do weight classes. Weight classes. Yeah, we have 30 classes. Go to
so let me finish and get back to what you're getting ready to ask. This is the 3rd or 4th item that has to do with weight classes. Should we not, because we've got numbers up here, go to Steve's proposal, take a look at that real quick before we make a decision on any of these?
Yes.
Okay? Do I have anybody opposed to doing that? We would table this until, and I already brought Steve's up, but if everybody's okay to it, let's go to Steve, let him explain what he'd like to do and see how it's trying to meet all everybody's intent. Okay? Everybody okay with that? We'll skip on to Steve's, we'll table in Rusty's for right now until we review Steve's. Steve, you want to take us through yours?
If you scroll down. So the first one is simply, this document, two components. The first one is simply striking that word that says girls may have to be competing. That's the first one. It is the opposite of what that's going. It's, 10 years, I mean, that's perfectly fine. We have one of those, but it's not that. If you put those, so my striking that. The other proposal is the conversation. Those are is avoiding those. I somewhat agree that there's a little bit of disparity. For example, even under we have whatever that is 21 better voice weight classes than 11. And, you know, I think there's a bit of disparity in that. But once again, you're looking at the same record. So you have my proposal. The proposal needs to incorporate this under the same. If you get there, is by days, their assistant classes. So this would be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And you notice, and you get girls. You started with like her, and this would be the starting for grade 6 and under. We can do it for a year, and then if I was really day, you would incorporate this for next year. Before we can need it, it would be dive on every class. It'd be really 21 class. It'd be really 40, 43, 29.
Every 3 income.
So it's really speaking your aim has always been for free, having to take 70 and then just 4 days or 4 kind of this, and then 3 kind of 4 kind of for 11 and 12, so you get to that and you're released. And then have to start that with under. So statistically, those numbers 20 from our very
So what you're saying is that some brackets have 19, 20, 22 in the age group. You're reducing it down by, in some cases, going to 4 value increments in between the brackets. And that amount of what it released allows you to make 6 under bracketing for the state tournament.
Last
That's.
I'll steal my cake.
And still wrestle if they want to.
Hey, Susan has a couple comments for several years. She says, why do the boys have so many more weights than the girls?
From a numbers perspective, Realize where. Oh, you have to hand group. Yeah. Separate divisions for the boys and girls. The girls were small. Grown. We had. And I heard back to another ways. If we're gonna, we I agree. This is step one.
No, and I mean, I got a 6 and under. I hate to say this guy, but he's 4'11", and he's just a pretty kid. And we had a rough under, couldn't wrestle it under, so he couldn't do 145 pounds. You know, I mean, a 6 and under, obviously, got it level. But, you know, I mean, I agree, we can cut weights, but I also think we can look at these weights and maybe it's something in the future. You know, do we really need, can we jump everything by off? You know, I understand a little 6 under 10% weight depending on your age, you know, 10% if you jump in some ways. But in some of these, you can, the little 3 guys, you know, yeah.
And maybe the extra solution, because we can modify these violations right now, correct? Maybe extra.
They can be amended.
Okay, so maybe the solution is our higher this is the other. Maybe the solution is not to find those specific weight classes for the girls, maybe to say, we're gonna take 600 girls to whatever. Well, that's maybe legs or
Well, the way that you do this is when this comes up to the state body, then you come up and you ask somebody to make an amendment to the proposal to say exactly what you want to say. If you miss one weight class on here that you want on there, then have them amend that. Say, all of it plus 145 or whatever. That way you don't have to just talk about the whole thing.
Rich has had his hand up. Overall, we're sitting around 15,000. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Was the same thing.
Yeah, we grew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weight. 800, 5 pounds. Or when you were a kid. The goal is off. Back. So this has I didn't miss her. Yeah, no, I'm just saying. That one is let's get our 6-year-old in our. That's.
And by this, you say you didn't miss any? Okay. And we also said under.
I left the current weight classes the way they were. And I just added 11 weight classes for season. Because Matt, when I look at underweight, you're probably 16 and right, it's going to get 70, and then it's going to be around. So you're not talking, I added weight classes.
So yours is just adding 6U.
This one.
Yours. And then Michelle Peterson.
No, Rusty.
No, Michelle Peterson is mine. She wants at 235.
We should. High school.
She wants at 210. Yeah. I guess.
Well, yeah. We want
Yeah. Yeah. She's currently 235.
235.
So.
And
So-
We can add weight classes to this one, which is already.
And the girls that have their 80, 75, 100, 140
For girls,
for girls. And then 10, you either want to add 120, 130, 150, 170, 190.
and what age should they go?
125 on the 10 girls. That'd be 90. And then 12 years, the one that had 205 and 235.
You pretty much
They please wait, maybe manage to grow it, train all the matches. Eventually, we're gonna be there, they're gonna be just when you're boy or girl, all the way there on that same. This is where we're gonna. We keep that.
That's never gonna work. You go, if we just slowly add classes and at some point, some, we will.
So like, okay, in a week, 205, 235. In my opinion, in grades, my opinion, 185, 205, I say jump. That's me, yeah.
The other problem is then is 165 to 185.
The other problem, I don't know what age group this happened at, but at some point, say 12 year or whatever, boys and girls stop growing the same size, same rate. So you can't match weight stuff by age group when you get to it. Look at it, when you go, you can, right. If you look at, you go, 35, right? Because you're gonna as a right? So I find that same rules to the girls to the start. Maybe do I didn't. He didn't have. I just told him I would make and all in turn. I say them increases. But another thing is the age. Yeah.
By doing what he's saying is, this would recognize that. This is what he's saying.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. And there are, like I said earlier, there are largest population.
Well.
So
Are we ready on this?
They're gonna be all.
Mhm. Well, it is three, regardless.
Well, 11 at a time.
Hey, but, we put up weight groups. We put up 4 different, we've tabled things in, 1, 2, 3 places. And then we came to, Steve's proposal. I'm wondering if we ought to take this and table it completely as, an item to do through, first review of the weight classes to make sure where the population is at. And second of all, plugging in the other tabled ones on where they would fit and put them all together. Yeah, and put them all together and see how that looks amongst all of us to see if that is what we wanted to do, rather than trying to figure out how it all fits here and taking up the rest of the day.
Need to do that and come have a special vote on it.
We would have to do it, we have 2 ways of doing it. I would give a 10-day notice on a virtual meeting, and that would be the topic of that virtual meeting, and that can be established here as long as I give you 10-day notice that's a virtual meeting, and whatever it is. Or we do it by email.
Okay, with whatever.
Both of them are electronic, yes. The virtual has to have that 10 days. The email is
But say by the opportunity, we choose to vote on it still, since we don't approve it, able to, so they'll vote it in.
They're gonna vote on it either way.
Well, what I'm saying is that we table this until 2 weeks from now, to where we call another meeting. This specifically, these 4 proposals, yeah, in the meantime, we review it and then get back together on this topic only.
And then it'll be ready for the state body.
We had Darren up there, Schneider, second one. We had Michelle Anderson and Rusty Miller.
What was the one, Bilby had one we tabled for Foster too, what was that one for?
It was sent me to add 6.
Okay, that was, okay.
Which you're doing anyway.
Yeah.
He wasn't prescriptive to weight classes.
No, and I couldn't remember what it was. That's why I was asking.
I think this one would be really important to make sure that we're all on the same page and get a good, basically proposal out to the state, because if we make it 2/3 threshold for even adding numbers, it's not gonna pass the state body. So we really need to get something out there that this board can come on and say, yes, we recommend this, and that'll put it 50% threshold. And we'll probably
Is it acceptable to this board at this moment to take those 4 topics, proposals, consolidate them, and 2 weeks from now, review that?
Yeah.
Produce that. I make that motion.
Darren Snyder, Michelle Anderson, Rusty Miller, and Steve Foster. We will relook at those at a time, no less than 10 days from now. I will get something out in a proposal. And this weekend or weeknight, it'll only be 1 topic right now. Which works better? Not a weekend, during the week?
So I think it'd be helpful to, because everybody doesn't use the Teams and then work for everybody the same way. I couldn't get logged in today. I think you take some more documents, you put them in a single email, just so that documents, that way you don't have Teams and all that stuff.
Okay. But we're still using Teams though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it actually works.
List off the bylaw changes that the people that Michelle Anderson, Schneider sub 2 of his, James Bilton sub 8, Rusty Miller, and which one is Stephen Foster? His sub 1 and sub 2.
We haven't talked about it, so we just want to separate it.
He's his number 2.
So that's 5 different.
And did we get Darren Schneider?
Yeah, Michelle Anderson.
Bilby's is just to add 6U state, or 6U to our state. That's why it's incorporated.
So that's 5
Okay.
different. I have
Well,
Michelle
Bilby.
Anderson, Schneider, Bilby, Rusty Miller, and Stephen.
So there's 4 that have restricted weight class changes. They'll be sent to the next comment tags.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be class.
Okay.
He is at.
Do we have a discrepancy on one of them?
So we're not including Bilby.
Hey, in the meantime, do we have a discrepancy on one of them that wanted, we couldn't tell whether they were doing it 13 and under or high school at the,
Michelle Anderson, she's high school.
only high school? It did not say that in there.
I mean, you said attitudes.
Yeah.
I think the other thing, is.
I mean,
Because you notice 190 to 235 is more than 35. I think those high school weight classes are more weight classes. I think
in the 100.
Yeah. We will table this. Okay.
Removing those games.
Call question, Matt.
We call the question. And let's restate your proposal.
So.
Wait, before you go on to that, can you confirm from this for the record? Bilby sub 8 is not in this weight class separately.
No.
no, this is in some, this is.
But we tabled it.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and the reason why we tabled it didn't have any weight class associated with it. And we definitely got to get through this if we're going to be doing that.
Make sure I'm-
So the proposal is Article 6, number 2, lowest contestant weight. If the winner still cannot be determined, then the winner will be by point flip. Qualifying cook style tournament, the girl division will require a qualifying series. Brackets will be following the state approved weight classes as outlined in USAWKS bylaws.
So it was to change that one portion that says, you notice it says brackets will be created by block bracketing. You don't use block bracketing. So it's changing that language from that to following the approved state classification, blah, blah, blah.
And
also
remove.
the girls may only compete in girls division. And here's why. If that was for qualifying series, I'm okay with that. We try to apply that to any other. When we started asking for girls wrestling in boys, we went back and wait, this is for qualifying girls. They said, no. Cody said, very specific, he said, I'm going to ask you, but he said, no, this applies to every single term. That is strict.
But it's underneath the qualifying term.
Yeah, it's under qualifying.
That's what he used.
I don't care what it is.
It says specifically qualifying folk style tournaments. It says it's under that. Okay.
I'm just telling you how, this is how we did.
Well, maybe the thing to do is just to, when this comes up at the state body meeting, this is a clarification.
Okay.
It says this.
Now, the other point is, your current bylaws say that you're gonna bracket use and block bracket. My change has it saying.
I know there's something different, or more, at some point, there's something different, we're putting it on the plates.
Yeah.
Something somewhere, and you should.
But what's interesting is that it says this in one section of the bylaws, another section of the bylaws.
What's that?
Yeah.
I said, we actually.
Yes.
So is this valid or not?
I like your proposal there, and I'll vote for it. The one thing I don't like is that specific verbiage at the end being taken out, because I guarantee you that people will try to enter boys in girls brackets, girls in boys brackets, and neither one of those sheets. Right, but it will happen if you don't have that language in there.
So what's the proposed change here? Steve, this is your change.
My change was that the verbiage, for two weight classes that said this before, send touch strike. But if we're not going to strike the girls and they can be division, we need to change the definition of the girls. Regular in the area. They're what, and then you get,
Sorry, but that's the way it is.
So. It was.
I mean, I know that we've always been about getting more competition, providing more opportunities, but quite frankly, in our school, when I showed up to tournament back 30 years ago, there was no way there for us to get a medal. And I don't think that's the way we should do it now, but.
Kurt, you stopped your recording, just so you know.
You've been recorded.
Anyway,
That's our deal. You can go ahead. Question.
Is that how I do
Yeah, but you.
it? Right there.
Says it's
Well, I just pushed it, that's why. Okay. So, call the question. The proposal is lowest contested weight, if the winner still cannot be determined, we flip coin, qualifying folk style tournaments, the girl division will require a qualifying series. Brackets will be following the state approved weight classes as outlined in the USAWKS bylaws. And then striking the sentence, girls may only compete in the girls division. All in favor, just raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand.
The only reason I'm opposed is I think we need to not strike through.
Correct.
All on serious.
All assisting, raise your hand.
My.
Uh,
Exactly.
Do I need, do I need to back up?
Okay, so does this mean though, does this mean we go back to Madison Bracken? Oh, well. Is it possible there's a bylaw change that would actually? Yeah.
With propane and church, yes.
Hey, let's get this over with. Let's go revote relative to those in favor of this proposal as written.
No.
It is submitted as is. Yeah. All we said, we're going to be revoting, seeing how the tallies, because several people didn't vote at all. All in favor of Steve's proposal, raise your hand. I see no one. All opposed. All abstain. Abstaining. Ooh, raise your hand.
Who said we
Nikki,
abstain?
Steve, Dylan.
Susan?
Yep, abstain. I haven't heard from him. I don't believe he's on anymore.
John Maddox.
He is. Charles is no longer on. I noticed at 1:20 p.m.
John Maddox, right?
You think there'd be some? We did. I would like to be there.
Another one.
Sean, everybody, Sean, Matt, I think
It's 7 hours ahead of us.
weight 100 pounds should be able to wrestle someone who is 10 and 15 pounds heavier in Madison bracket.
This seems like, what time was this?
February, right before the state
4
tournament.
o'clock. I was like, this seems like somebody wrote 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, come on, this is not my mind.
Get that.
So this is null.
This one is.
Some local. Let's go to Slide Fox. Slide Fox. Proposed classification system for the state fair championships. Triple A, double A, and an A. These classifications would be defined by how many USA carded kids each team has at the time of the state tournament. The team has 100 plus carded kids, they would be classified as triple A. If the team has 50 plus kids, they would be classified as double A. And if the team has less than 50 carded kids, they would be classified as A. This would give the smaller teams an opportunity to win team state championships. As we all know, every single year is a team that brings the most kids to the dance. I believe giving the smaller town clubs a chance would increase the competition and grow sport. Discussion.
Yeah, that's true, Jackson.
I know, but do you care about it since you're the
No,
biggest
we
club
won
in the
state with
state?
less kids than the most.
I know.
No, I don't.
I don't care about this.
It's open for discussion.
Sure.
Like, you're gonna give it up that that was something that kids.
Just to compete.
I mean, in my head, at the beginning of the year.
You asked percent, maybe 96% of people in the state, who's the current state champion? I don't know. Nobody knows.
I know we don't know. Kansas is right now and they don't win.
Yeah. Well, we probably almost 40.
Who won the team?
Yeah.
How many kids did it? How many did slide? No, but make sure, you know, district tournament. Okay. And what do they do? Yeah. So, you know, I mean, yeah, you're right. But we're,
If you really want to best teams, you like to do it. Only look at this score.
Yeah.
I mean, it neutralizes the size of the team, but does it really?
you ready to call the question?
Being strategic.
Call the question, everybody. Thank you. All the everybody who is in favor of creating AAA, AA, single A classification defined by 100 kids plus in the AAA, 50 plus kids in the AA, and everybody below that would be single A. All in favor? Raise your hand. Seeing none, opposed.
Susan's a no.
Susan said no. Abstain? Okay. Second one. Eliminate high school division altogether at the district and state tournaments. This will promote the high school kids to attend the national level events where they should be competing to get prepared for college. Our youth events are growing rapidly and we could use space for the youth events. Discussion.
No.
Call the question.
Susan's a no.
All in favor of eliminating the high school division from our state and district tournaments? Raise your hand. Seeing none. All opposed.
Susan is also a no.
Rich has his hand up, he wants me to.
Okay.
This one actually, I don't think is applicable to us simply because it's decided on by the state. The committee.
Number 4 is under committee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's that about the bank? Because that's what the other one, the Lake East, about.
Yep.
Yeah, too.
That's up to the tournament committee.
Thank you. So number 3 under SWAC is
No.
no. And then 4, I'd like to propose, I don't have it noted here, but there should be a 4 here. That's
There is,
space.
it's probably SWAC 1.
Okay.
Yeah, that's under slide box 1.
Okay. Yeah, he has another one.
Okay.
I'd like to propose USAW Kansas determines elementary and middle school Heartland dual teams differently. The current format is not.
Yeah, we just nulled it.
Yeah, no, on 3.
So there is a 4, it's not SWAC 1.
Right. It's not. There's another slide.
So right below slide box.
Where coaches is, write Noel, and then add number 4. I'd like to propose to USA Kansas determines the elementary and middle school Heartland dual teams differently. Current format is not great timing as many kids would attend the dual qualifier due to the fact that the state finals are following week. So we want our best kids on our dual teams. The point of the Heartland dual is to promote sport with Kansas best kids, not to have 5 average teams to give opportunities. Let's become competitive and eliminate the Heartland dual qualifier and appoint someone to determine the best kids based on the results at the highest level events.
So he made a proposal to change it, but he didn't say how.
He said he wants someone to appoint
Where?
the very last one.
Eliminate the dual qualifier.
Wait a minute, who? No,
I see that, but he just says appoint somebody. Who decides that? Does the board appoint somebody to decide who gets to be on the qualifier?
Why wouldn't you usually? Why wouldn't you usually?
They have a term for a qualifier. Why would you? There's no point having.
He wants to eliminate it.
Anymore,
Good luck with that.
because they were in charge of it.
Good for them. It's the Sunday.
Hey, why wouldn't we use a tournament for it?
The day after this, so I think it's a horrible day. Right after 4A state, it was well down here, right up, and it was great. And I tell you what, all my 600 kids, I'd bring 15, 20 kids down and wrestle that. And then it went to Sunday, and I don't know what this guy you run it, you're there, I'm talking to somebody, 6, 7 o'clock, and that's when all that, and drive 3 hours and get up the next morning with the kids as a coach. And it's almost.
Well, it's only slided this year because of COVID got kicked out.
But that was a first, it's the line of first. 12 years, you know, it's just within the last.
Call the question. Call the question. No, don't call it.
We call it.
So, under middle school and Heartland duals, which we do not govern, this is almost null and void. Huh? Okay. Even though it's null and void, let's become competitive and eliminate the Heartland dual qualifier, appoint someone to determine the best kids based on the result of high level. All in favor of that proposal, raise your hand. Seeing there is none in favor, all opposed.
She's working on it.
Giving you laser beams too at the same time.
Right, help me out.
Susan is no.
You ever used to sell?
The weekend it is, I'm not, you're going the day after this, or something here. Actually, seeing your state.
Blackhawks, last one. I would like to propose a bylaw to be added regarding video review.
What's the proposal?
They had video.
Add video review.
Which one is that?
What is that?
It's the second bylaw. Well, he sent 2 different proposals. It's 2 different submittals. Different dates.
That extra long line where coaches was, it should have been a 4 there.
Yeah.
For that, for the original, and then this is the second one.
Yes, sir.
So this, I mean,
This was brought up a couple of years ago at the body, and it didn't pass because it's all about, you go about how you get the charge for it. Who's throwing, who's got the most money, how you gonna limit what they do? This, it got shot down by the body. Years ago when we brought it.
Yeah, that's what really, 2 second really cool.
But
This would be a logistical.
So
you want to talk?
Call the question. Oh, I'm sorry, Nigel.
Bottom line, from the official perspective, needs to happen. Period. End of story. It needs to happen. We can make it happen, but people have to be willing to make it happen. We can keep this off, but it's coming. And every single, one of the few states that can happen. We're that far behind. Number two, we can make it happen. We have the infrastructure and the equipment, we have the technology to make it happen.
Actually, we do not. We do not. We do not. Number one. Flow rest is no longer support video stream, internet, trackers, and focus. So that is the first.
Right.
By not using, we're forced to use YouTube video stream, which we discovered at our freestyle station in the sucks. Big time. For many videos. And then the third reason is we only have 16 camera kits and we're running 22 maps next year. The only way we can we need to go for the whole entire kit. We need to buy additional camera kits. The only way we survive in the States is with the and they provide kits for any video. We were like short, they provided.
So what are the other places going to do? Because like right now, like National Duels, those were streamed on Flow. They were mostly mismarked, but they were streamed on Flow. So what are they going to do?
I don't know.
Thing is, you don't have to have streaming video to have the video review. They use software. It records it directly to the computer.
You know,
Well, that's different. That's separate from.
Okay, so the question is, Paul, I put the motion in a long time ago for video review. I'm with him, it's coming. I've not said anything since.
What about adding into?
Budget line.
Myself, I get it, maybe, but. Final. Yes. Give it another. And our small.
That's not what that proposal says, but, and we're gonna vote on the proposal. I don't think it's ready yet. We're not ready. And so let's develop that plan, because we're gonna have to anyway. We will. Call the question.
And then the next question will be for the session is why are we doing video review and issues?
And then we better budget that too. All in favor of video review, raise your hand. All opposed to video review, raise your hand. Let's get those counts, because we do have, we're gonna have some statement.
These are no's?
These are no's.
And I'm only going to know simply because I know the logistics challenge.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I go against.
They're the ones, they'll come to you. When they see the vote on this, they'll come to you and they'll say, why did you vote?
That's okay.
I know the logistical challenge.
I think that's a cop out, personally.
Susan's a yes. Yes.
Oh, Bill?
Jared, Dylan, Nathan. Mickey, you didn't.
I changed the same thing.
Okay, let's go.
William, what do you think?
Getting up fast. Tonganoxie. So this came about, they're asking at board meetings for the minutes, for the meetings we approved. Would like them to be available at that point. The board meeting on 12/15/24 will encompass discussion on the clocks. We got the report from Patty, auditor, so we need to go over it as part of the meeting. You're welcome. I said this, didn't I? I didn't go up for it, I'm sorry.
Down.
Per our bylaws, any state body annual special meeting is in person. There's no allowable for streaming or video conferencing. That said, things in our bylaws can change. Quorum can be formed by in-person or combination of video conferencing. So they are asking.
Keep scrolling.
I said I would continue to.
I don't think there's any, they're not asking for anything.
Yeah, they did. They asked that we do in person, that the bylaws be changed to allow for streaming at state body meeting.
That's a really bad idea.
It's your response saying, heard your bylaws. That's still his response. Will this be streamed as well?
Would that be acceptable to you for me to bring that up here? They want to know whether they want to propose that they are allowed to do streaming versus in person at the state body meeting. And I said I would bring that up to the board. That's what I've said here. That's what they're after. Okay. All in favor of having a video streaming as a quorum, state body meeting, raise your right hand. Raise your hand. All opposed?
Yes, with nobody. No.
Okay.
I'm waiting. She's typing.
Yeah.
Well, then I would have to manually enter all the people that are in the live stream.
You know what kind of a
Into
nightmare
the
that
membership
would be to
system
try to
to
have
allow
a
them to
vote?
vote.
Let's go to Williams submittals. William says,
Susan's a no.
I didn't say anything yet.
No.
it is.
You were
It's
so
about a time.
confused.
Not
So-
really tired.
It's up there. You want to read it? I'll let you. Current rule.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't know why that one's, but, so when I was going through our bylaws early on last year, there was a lot of things I noticed in there that were like, these have not been changed for a long time. Because we're currently not meeting these at most of the tournaments. So this specific change basically just takes out the requirement to have the EMT present on site. I don't know how many of you do this or not, but every tournament we've run in this state, 90% of them do not meet this. So they've all violated every single time. And I shocked me that people didn't know this. So basically, just strikes that out there because there's so many clubs, especially smaller clubs, they can't afford to pay an EMT to be there all the time.
Oh, how much do you pay? How much do you pay?
Yeah.
How many do you have? How many do you have? Yeah. See, I 50 for one chick.
Really, the only thing this proposal does is take the onus off of clubs to actually have it since they weren't doing it anyway. They don't get in trouble. Oh, yeah.
And all those high school kids that come up to me asking me for a trainer.
Other discussion? Seeing there's none, call the question.
You're saving me money.
Call the question. What Proposed change, enforcement of the rules regarding facial hair, fingernails, communicable diseases will be responsible to determine the committee at the time of weigh-ins. Determine the director will have a medical aid procedure in operation. This procedure shall be discussed at the coaches meeting preceding the event with the word strict that at a minimum of an ET be a present on site and will advise the coaches who the medical director may be.
So you're just saying the tournament director is gonna have to have a procedure in place and let the coaches know
Yeah.
what.
And
the
they
procedure
cover
is?
these in their tournament meeting anyway. They say, you know, we've got an AE, whatever they have,
80.
AD out here, so on and so forth. If something happens, then we'll call the EMT, they'll come in, we'll do it. Most of them cover that in their pre-tournament. But that one specifically didn't take that language about the EMT because nobody asked.
All in favor of the entire rule, raise your hand. Yeah, striking it out. Yeah.
Because it still states that they have to have some medical aid procedure in operation.
Yes, and they're discussing it at the tournament meeting.
You have to tell them what they're doing.
So who's for it? Keep your hand raised.
Wait.
Or deleting it, have that line deleted out.
You're for it.
The change.
The change.
Retain the burden.
7 yeses.
Those opposed? And abstaining.
Susan is a yes.
And we have one abstaining.
You're not even looking. I abstain because it's my proposal.
This is what we.
Is this what allowing you higher?
Yes.
So, if you get sued because you don't have an EMT at your tournament, that's not my fault. Just saying.
William also put one in for incorporation of parliamentarian. And he writes that, the parliamentarian right now is my responsibility to interpret all bylaws regardless of any legislation. Okay? He is proposing we have the board incorporate a parliamentarian or a non-voting member elected annually by the board of directors. Says when parliamentarian is not present in the quorum of the meeting, the state chairman will assume the role, the duties of that position. But adding number 17, parliamentarian will serve as an expert advisor on parliamentary procedures, organizational guidance. Responsibilities include compliance to USA Wrestling Kansas bylaws, Robert Rules of Order, assisting the state chair in maintaining order during meetings, interpreting procedural rules, resolve disputes. Parliamentarians shall be responsible for guiding board members on procedural matters, ensuring consistency in decision-making processes and maintaining integrity on the board meeting. Additional parliamentarian will interpret the Constitution and associated rules and render a decision whenever there is a question regarding the content of these documents. Any interpretation may be overturned by a total of 2/3 voting membership of the corporate board. And then there's good reason in this proposal change. Questions or discussion?
He's the truly board. And come up with this decision. He had this overthrow. That's
That's because in Rockford, pretty much everything is up for interpretation by a supermajority body. It's the same everywhere you go up to. So in Kansas, for example, it's not technically this term of general, but the governor decides whether or not to do something, right? But then the state legislature can veto her by 2/3. So the whole point of having a parliamentarian position here that's non-elected or non-elected but non-voting as well is basically so that not one person can just dictate exactly what the state's doing, because we've had that problem with the previous state chairman
Because there was no him. And so somebody would call him up and be like, all right, well, I think this is what the bylaws say. And it was basically based on his personal opinion, whether or not we should do that or not. And that shouldn't be the case in any legislative body. Yeah. So really have a third person, so to speak, I guess, not a third person, but a person whose sole responsibility to make those determinations when there's a question is not a bad deal. Plus, they're not elected, they don't have to be elected, they're elected by the board. So you decide whether who that person is. And number two, they're non-voting, so they don't have a bias or, they're strictly to decide whether this is within our bylaws or not. So it's up to you guys what you want to do or not. It's actually technically yes, it does.
Call the question.
Yes.
Enough discussion?
Same way to do treasure and all that.
All in favor of the proposal to have a parliamentarian added into the bylaws?
Yes.
Either yes. And I see everybody doing it other than William.
So,
Susan is abstaining.
Okay. Abstaining.
Oh, I'm abstaining. Bad.
Okay.
I could, but I'm not.
Next. Officers incorporate technology person. This is interesting, the way he's worded this, so I'll let you go ahead and read it because I found it pretty, it's a dual role. But go ahead.
The technology director would be a non-voting member that's elected annually by the board of directors. So just like the parliamentarian, the duties, you can read them out here, but it's basically taking care of all the technological stuff that happens within our organization. Because quite frankly, I was shocked, but I mean, I took over doing this basically just because nobody else could or would do it. I was a little shocked at just how non-existent it was. And Joe did the best that he could. There's hard times and stuff like that. But
He did.
just it's all bad. So we really need to have an individual whose sole responsibility is to handle this stuff. But the reason why I propose this is simply because this will allow the board to potentially compensate the person who's in this position for their services. Because if you read the rest of the bylaw, there's nobody else on the board that's compensated except for the membership director. The reason why that's important is that very few people would agree to do the amount that it takes to do all of this as a volunteer. Now I have, because that's just me, but I'm not going to be around. And so this position or this person, we need to have a definition. And this allows this person to also be a voting member on board as well, which ordinarily you don't want to have somebody in two separate positions on a board. But since one of them is on voting, that's okay. And it just might be the same person. It might be somebody who's also in a voting. It doesn't have to. It can be somebody else. And they don't have to be paid. It's up to the discretion of the board whether they pay that person for a specific project they do or for an overall amount. It doesn't make a difference. But it gives you the flexibility to do. And I didn't do this for me at all. This was because I recognized that it's going to happen. Like we're getting more and more and more technology. By a vote. Oh, yeah. No.
Okay, so the last sentence up there may also serve in another officer position within the organization, as this is a non-voting, so, he's been doing a dual role here, and that's kind of what he's saying there.
Would you be willing to continue staying in it until you have made your exit? Because you did add that you may serve in another position with the organization. Or you have somebody in mind that is knowledgeable on this topic to be able to keep it up to date.
Well, for a good example of this, like, I'm going to run again to be the official director in Denver. And there's probably more than a good chance that I'll get reelected. Okay, but if I were not, the state body decided they want to pick somebody else, well, the new board could continue to keep him on his, in doing that, or they could not, but at least they'd have an option. Right now, if this happens, and I'm not the official director anymore, then that's the end of it.
Good point. But if everything works out well, will you still just do the technology?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Are you gonna?
What if I can't swim?
There's life jackets.
Yes, sir.
This position is happening. We try to work on us. I just work a tremendous time. One ability to make this figure out.
Budget meeting. Okay. Budget meeting. Okay.
This position is very.
Sure it is. And might have to have a round of applause for this young man, for what he's done for us. Tell him.
There's a lot more.
Yes, there is. That said, we'll call the question. Okay. Let's have a vote for technology director. As a non-voting member, they may be elected annually by the board of directors at their discretion. All in favor, raise your hand.
I specifically worded this so that future boards, they don't have to have one if they don't want one, or they don't need one because things are just going.
All opposed?
What's that?
All, hey, ma'am.
I'm waiting.
All opposed? Anybody abstaining?
Abstaining.
Susan says yes.
And then abstinence. Yes.
Extra.
Let me talk to him.
Thank you. Is she here?
We're gonna be out of here by 3. Hoping. You think we can get done in 4 minutes?
Oh, was there another one on this one?
Down below, there's some.
There we go. Right there.
I think you explained it all together.
Oh, yeah. The second part of this was that the board can compensate that person if they choose. Because the previous bylaw states that nobody can compensate except for the membership of the company. So, yeah.
Called the question, did we vote already?
Vote for 2.
The compensating is this one, that it has the ability to be compensated, not that we're compensated.
Absolutely.
All yes,
That's 9.
opposed? You opposed?
And I, just because this is kind of an interesting thing here. Yeah. The other thing that this does, and I don't know if you guys noticed this, but it specifically states that any compensation that the board does vote for that person does not create an employment relationship. And that's important because there's a lot of legalities that have to do with whether a person is employed by an organization.
No kidding. We want to stick with contract labor. Okay? Okay. Next. Next one, we are sitting at, an hour from now. We have 2 more to go.
Let's go.
These are huge.
You forgot.
Oh, did it? All right, okay, let me get down there.
Nice.
The uniform?
Me.
Sorry,
We are 45.
I was trying to get done, hell.
I'll take that.
Okay, so this one says,
Ooh.
the legality of all uniform will be up to the referee and need not conform to high school rules. And he wants to change that.
So this is gonna conflict with something that we voted on earlier, which was that we were going to possibly get rid of headgear.
We optional, it was optional.
Right. So this is gonna be a little bit of conflict with that, but specifically, right, this was because we currently I can't talk right now. A kid's modification in Kansas says the legality of the uniform is up to the referee, period. Okay? But we also say we follow NHS rules. NHS will say you have to wear headgear. So we've got different things going on. One saying, I follow this rule. We've got another one saying, I don't have to follow this rule. And that's a problem. So this basically states that you do have to wear headgear at all times. And I wrote this not knowing that we were going to have a discussion about headgear until anyway. But more specifically, and I can make this amendment to my own rule at the body, but the main part of this one is the second part, which is mouth guards, because there is nothing in our
Modifications.
Yes, because our modifications that will leave it up to the referee, and yet it just says that you have to mouth guards. There's no. No. Not according to our right now. And so we've always told, we as officials have always told kids, you gotta have a mouth guard, but if our members are smart enough to go out there and look for bylaws, they could have gone up and been like, whoa, this says stuff to the referee. Well, yes, the referee, and I know this, they'll ask the official head. See what I'm going? We don't want that. We need to have clarity. We're going to allow these, we're gonna make these the NHS says, or we're gonna allow people to not optionally.
Let me ask you, is the legality of uniform mouthpiece?
Those mouthpieces.
Yes. So this,
well, that is, we don't follow individual rules on freestyle because they don't have. We follow you rules on folks freestyle.
Yep.
And they don't. And they're. That's mouth guards and headgear specifically style rules.
What do we want to do with this?
So this is on against we just voted on. Yeah.
He said he'll amend it.
What's that? Yes, but our communication says if the referee doesn't find it.
does our current bylaws
Yes, on both.
Yes, you're, I would do it, yes.
Yes. And I could really do it and just completely, well, we can't remove 4-1 unless the other one passes. That says headgear. That makes sense. So whatever order you put these in, they turn or they body.
Go in together.
Yes. Because
Table until.
yes, because if the state body says we're going to allow headgear to be optional, then when this, I'll have to say, okay, I need to amend this to only cover the mouth guard part that says yes, you have to continue wearing mouth, and then the headgear part gets stricken out.
Yeah.
Do we even know which one it was? That needs, well, it's at the end.
Yeah.
believe it or not. Do we need to vote on this?
You remember that city body meeting to say.
Maybe-
I need to include.
I don't think we need to. Because we're gonna table this to the state body.
Can we just make sure purposely that this doesn't get proposed until after the other one? Like in the order of events?
What I see here is order is way right now. So I don't have any changes. Okay. Everybody good with that? Tabling this to the body.
If we table it to the body,
Okay, even if it did, I can't see him voting. I'd see him voting for it. Yeah.
This would probably pass.
It's just mouthpieces. They will.
Yeah.
I was thinking, it would, if we just table it, it would.
Yes.
Okay, we're all good with that? Okay.
Where's the one about that? Referee is, I know I submitted it.
I had photos from you.
Okay.
Next one. These were the bylaw changes that were gonna be submitted last year. Okay. All I did was take it and, these were proposed for the board, to be in front of the state body last year. When I got them, I went through them and first of all, made sure down in one column, we hadn't covered them and had they been proposed by 3/15. And then later on, we found out they weren't. So I brought them back in. This is what we would have voted on last year. Okay? And forget all my notes, but what I've done here, when I look down through here, you'll see that 115 is listed. The very first one highlighted with the circle next to it is the proposal that we would have had. And that is the mission statement, adding that we shall encourage the youth of our community developing the quality of sportsmanship, leadership, teamwork, and discipline, and teach life lessons that build strong individuals, maintain communities throughout the growth of the sport of wrestling. I think it's a good change. So it's a line item. I did. These are what would have been in front of the state body last year if we had them approved in time. We did not meet the 3/15 date. The 3/15, no, it did not meet 3/15 because it wasn't submitted in time to this board to review.
One question mark on this.
I did, yes. This is what we got typed up and it would have been submitted and we would have voted on every one of these last year at the state body meeting. Okay? That said, are you good with approving that addition to the mission statement? This would be additional. These are, what's highlighted is additional.
DAL, and that's on this next.
This is it. This is the Megan.
.1.5.
So she submitted that many?
The one.
Nope, it's not. It somewhat be different, yes. But what happened is that we paid Megan Barbera to type our bylaws up for 10 hours to make all the revisions that we wanted done. And then we paid her, $500, okay? And I wrote that check. And these are, this section right here, that's why I left her name on there. This is what she had typed up as those proposals. Will then, after we paid for this, took his own version of it that we paid for that should not have been his, but there's still good changes in it. So yes, 115 is the same as the 115 in his, but he added several more changes. He took our typed copy that we paid for and added additions to it and submitted it this year. Okay, which we haven't got to.
So we have to go over these 46 changes as well.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
Either that, or there's two things.
I mean, voting on this at the state body meeting in October, we're gonna have to go through every single one of these as well.
Hey, Kurt, can I say something?
Okay?
If-
And
if
either
whoever
these
wrote
can be
this-
accepted. See the box that's right out there. I went to the attorney or that I worked with in Wichita, and he said, you either vote for it as all, or you can vote for each line item in it. Okay? And that's the way it is. So in this case,
When it comes to this part of this, it might be simpler when it comes to the state body meeting to mock up the way that we think it should be and do it as one vote, the whole document as a whole, instead of 46 different things.
Well, I think it's gonna happen, is people are gonna get there and be like, let's call the question right now with no discussion, I'll just flat.
But this is also the consequences of the actions of last year.
these would have been in front of everybody last year.
Nobody's,
And we would have never got out of that meeting.
nobody's gonna be.
Can I say something? Hello?
On that date.
Will's was not submitted until this year. He took last year's write-up and added to it. He took the one we paid for.
Yeah, I'm with you. Isn't this the one where they were going to reduce the number of page members and all that?
Yes. And when I went through it, I did not include that. I did not include it. And as you see through there, as I run through here, we'll find that those changes for paying people and stuff, I didn't put in here.
So it's up to,
I got thrown out.
it's up to us to say, you're either accepting this whole document or none of it.
True.
Instead of doing
And
46
one thing I
separate.
did do different when we came to, when we,
So that we accept either the whole thing or none.
Mm-hmm.
That way, when we send it to the state body is, you accept it all or you don't accept any of it. To be honest with you, if we're saying you accept it all or you don't accept any of it, I'm gonna vote, I don't want to accept any.
And you should, because there's no near the conflict. with
What we
everything.
all just got done discussing.
there might be, like the topic of, how many, 15 members, that, I changed 5 in here.
And then
Yeah,
you're gonna have a
Let me give you a good example. You hit the nail on the head. There might be good things in the part of it. Right? I would say, we go to accept the document, and then we call the question. And then it gives us to show up, meetings that are, take the really there and put it back on for next year. Or
Because the problem is, what happens when they vote for, or the state body votes for whatever they do at this point? Then they say, yes, let's get all this on time, and now you've got conflicting things in there. You do. That's the question.
And the other thing is what is conflicting. I don't think we're gonna find a lot that's conflicting. There will be conflict between this and this, though.
I'm gonna expect.
So can you really and like,
Separate what's different from,
like.
You can't. You can't, because this was all it's one.
no. Wills, pull out what's different in wills and go
Right.
through that.
This is
specifically.
submitted as one. They're
Yeah.
two totally.
And then make a note as you're going along here, keep a track of what
Okay,
you like.
Susan wants to do something before we get started.
Hey, my thought on this document though is this document was presented to the previous board about previous board issues. We're a completely different board and we've changed so many things. So I feel like if this person, whoever wrote this document, wanted to have these issues brought up, then they should have brought it up in our opportunity to change things. We've, we kind of told everybody, if you want to change the bylaws, here's your opportunity to submit it. This person didn't resubmit this document, right? This
No,
is just a
that's not true.
document we're pulling forward.
This document was resubmitted before 3/7/2015. It was submitted
When was it resubmitted
on 3/15.
of this year?
Yes. And last year, this document was not reviewed by that board.
Okay, but the 90% of what's in there is regards to the previous board.
No, not necessarily.
So we would have
It-
to-
It's still submitted this year, yes. And the bylaws were filed in both of them, followed on both of them, regardless. They were submitted by 3/15.
Okay, but some of the stuff in here is to place control and direction of the USAW wrestling program in the hands of those who are working in the program. We've already established that in the bylaws that we passed today in other things.
I think
It's almost like
let's
reinventing
run
the
through-
wheel.
Let's run through them and see what it is. This had to do, if everybody's okay with that, we'll go through it.
Quick break.
Yeah. And when we do, yes, we can. 20 after, be back here. They just gave us another hour. The-
The competency table, they, for the, and there, was under their comments, if you get that. So one that you need to make sure goes first.
So Derek, number 2,
The one that needs to go with some staff.
That's why there's no place for it.
If you had to teach them to do it.
there really good things and bad. Yeah, there's good things in this that need to be looked at.
Who's the document from? Hey, Kurt, who's this document from?
Honestly, this is kind of a piece of cake compared to the rest of the year, so. Yeah, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. It's 101. It's 101 changes. I just compared the ones that are same between him and Megan, and then all of his additions to it.
Figure that out.
Yep. 101 changes. 101. But I'm curious, so some of these for wills that he chose, like whatever 151 is, must be really intense, whatever that is. 151, he has almost the entire 151 is changed, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 152, whatever that is, he pretty much wants the whole thing changed. I'm just now, the 312, I'm curious what they are now.
Amendments and all that.
Yeah. I'm just curious. No, for sure, but I don't want that. Especially when they're really little changes like verbiage or saying the words. No, I feel like there needs to be
Agreed.
a limit, like verbiage change, you don't need to vote on that just to get it changed. As long as it's not changing the meaning to the bylaw, why do I have to vote on that? it could be like listed as red to show everyone, hey, we changed this because of this, but not.
There was an awful lot of.
Yeah.
I still really am leaving at 3. I can't. Not. It'd be 15 hours away from Newton. Well, the baby's been sleeping for several hours now. I've been checking on the camera inside bed, and she was sleeping. She's still sleeping. Tessa put her to sleep while he was outside. Oakley's Jeep, the radio like quit working, so only XM works, but the FM doesn't work anymore. And I just canceled his XM. I was like, "You're freaking in your car to drive to Mineola and go to the high school. Like, you don't need XM." So I canceled it. He's like, "Oh, I don't have radio now," and I'm like, "Well, it sucks to be you. You should be focused on driving, not listening to music." Well, no, because the Jeep is a sport, and so there is no Bluetooth. So he had the plug-in. It got ruined because he took the top off and the water. So Tony found at the bin store like a knockoff Apple TV screen, and Tony was outside and got it hooked up for it. And I was like, awesome. Now the roof needs to go back on the Jeep, so the million times it rains, that doesn't get ruined. It was like, it was $15. Like, I don't. Yuck. Although I did go in the very first one, it was open because they had like a cordless breath pump, and I was like, yes, I'll go pay $15 for that. It's $329 otherwise. And you know what? I couldn't find it. Oakley found it under a bunch of stuff. He's on the other side holding it for me. It's like, thanks, buddy. I love you.
Let me ask you a quick, who's also in your rating? In your rating, other than Derek's here. Okay, everybody's in. Looks like everybody's out. Let me ask a question before we get into tackling this big thing. We had 2 other items on the agenda to be done before we got out of here today.
It's really good.
One of them already commented on, it was the cost of cards, and we have to see what USA Wrestling is going to be doing. But I did want to tell you what I knew to date. The other is we have to do election of officers, and we would propose to the state body. And we could go ahead and get those knocked out and then come back and get this and go as far as we can. They did tell me that they let us have this till 4 o'clock, went from 3 to 4. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. If so, we will change the order of business real quick. We getting ready to start. Megan, we're going to stop. I'm going to go to the next item. The bylaws say that during this meeting in July, we will recommend to the state body for the state body meeting, the election of officers proposed to them. Under chairman, membership director, treasurer, folk style director, assistant folk style director, men's freestyle director, women's freestyle director, officials director, coaches of development, and KWCA University representative. That said, I will. Another membership. Kelsey's the only one that's appointed. She appoints that. Did I miss the treasurer? No, it's on there. I would do that.
Nominate Kurt. Eric, are you willing to continue in your role?
Yes, sir.
Mike,
Yes.
and you? Steve? Nikki? Oh, yeah. So everybody currently in.
Susan. One.
Oh, Michelle.
He's in.
He's in. That we still propose it.
And Susan said she plans on staying in hers.
Yeah.
So we need
Second on that?
I'll second.
No, he said in his amendment, or what he said was that everybody current would be opposed to be going forward. Any more discussion? Call the question. Vote. All in favor of Richard's proposal to accept the board as it currently stands, propose that to the state body?
It was in whoever's in this room plus Susan.
Those are voted by the committee, so.
Yeah, and I nominate her, I appoint her as, so. Yeah. All, so we have a hand vote to accept the motion. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Let it be duly voted.
What about Scott?
What I think
So what about Scott?
Freestyle, correct?
Well, everybody's, that's what the proposal was. Everybody that's current. Is that your proposal?
Well, he just said the ones that were in here. That's why I was asking.
Oh.
Freestyle director.
Okay, good question then.
We need to make a note then that did not include.
Did not include the freestyle director.
Well, I want to do is one restriction on.
Yeah, she said yes.
She said that.
Yep.
So I'm not.
Nope.
Well, we're not required to nominate for those positions or to the state body. It says we're supposed to, but we can't do that if we're somebody we
That said,
he already said he can't do it anyway, so.
And that doesn't include Charles' position?
yes.
We've all told him.
I really think it's a great job.
He's personable.
Okay. I think we ought to talk to him. Yeah. Okay. That said, we had a vote, the motion passed. It didn't, it included everybody currently in the room, plus Susan and Charles, but it eliminated Scott. I didn't hear Scott. That was the, and that's what should be recorded.
I would make a motion to nominate CJ for freestyle director.
Okay. Do we have a second? Call the question. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed?
Susan's a yes.
Susan is a yes. Okay.
He does not have to. I will call him here.
Now, by convention, you would have to abstain in that vote.
So the next item, that concluded new business. I also proposed a budget meeting on 9/14 to be virtual. I'm making that announcement now during this meeting.
9/14. Is that a Sunday? Please?
No, I hope that we would turn
It's a
this in.
Friday.
I hope that you take a snapshot with your phone and then
Can we
turn them
do a
in.
different date, please? That's high school football on Friday.
And I'm away.
Is that,
Yes,
that's Sunday, whatever it is.
21st.
The
of September.
16th?
Oh, I think you said the 19th.
Oh,
No,
I
the
said,
16th is a Tuesday.
You said 9/14.
Okay,
and what day is that?
that is a Sunday. That is
That's the
acceptable.
day I wanted.
Why am I thinking?
And the following Sunday is the golf.
Yes. And we always do budget the second week of September. No, because those are,
I'll be on my way to Utah for that whole week, so.
What you're saying is we're gonna have a meeting.
yes. With that. So that budget meeting, the other thing we're gonna go over, and we'll do it at 9 in the morning, probably. No, what works good? It should only be about a 3-hour meeting at max.
That's Sunday football.
That's football for of NFL. We've been doing it on Sundays for. You have a different proposal.
9 a.m. Well, we did church on Sundays.
Yep.
It does church on Sundays. Can you do church? So the church gets out.
It's okay. I'm not gonna be the only person that prevents the meeting from happening. My church starts at 9:30.
I'm not that church.
So 10 o'clock work in the morning? 10 o'clock in the morning? 10 o'clock, 9/14, 10 o'clock in the morning. Budget meeting, virtual. Just, I'm gonna turn it over real quick because city body meeting itself is in jeopardy where we currently always post it. You wanna tell us what you run across?
So almost 2 weeks, I don't know if it might be available on Sunday, that's what I was thinking. Almost 2 weeks. And then with us, do literally right after the last year we were. I couldn't, I remember, long story short, had a great management, only management, and a reason Saturday. So they gave it to me, not me, all things. Okay, one. We're looking for the right now. Hopefully here, location. We're not necessarily somewhere we field house or inside. We're looking and catering. The same. So, we check. But I don't.
Okay. I was kind of under the impression with us in there, last year we didn't have enough to begin with in that meeting. And I was gonna be looking for something bigger. You guys like to build a house, arrange that. Also, I was gonna check here too. So, I don't know, and maybe you have something on that too, other places that should be looked at.
Initially looking at doing one of the high school auditorium. I mean, that's a.
I like it.
Decent size.
No, I don't know.
Sure.
Okay. So something's probably going to change on relative to where we've had it. It was not in that room last year. It needs to be bigger. And then accommodations for Wi-Fi and whatever else. I like this in an auditorium. That sounds pretty good.
I feel like people might yell less because they can all see. I'm assuming it's like raised in an auditorium versus everybody on the same level. I feel like everyone just has to project or feels like they need to project more because they're talking over someone's head.
Okay. That will be forthcoming. Okay. We'll work with you too and whatever that looks.
Kurt and I will, I'm sure some other people on that will be working on some way to ensure that the state body in a very orderly fashion and establishing time people have to follow. If you allow at that particular time. Basically, go cut your because we can't have what happened last year and again this year. We have a way to get through.
And time limits is a good way to do that. Okay.
Visual time limits.
Yeah. And depending on how it could be even less. Okay. We had all 4 elections, 5 minutes. It was only, it was tops, even though everything else got out of hand. That said, the only other thing that's on this agenda was clock committee status. They've been working diligently on clock, and we need to ask questions going forward. Been a lot of participation in that meeting. But I think that committee is going to be ready by the time we have the state body meeting. They very well might have some by the time we do that. Okay. And to think that that is not something important to the whole, this state body is the wrong perception. They want to see answers out of that committee at our meeting on a summary. That's the way it was left last year. I've heard differently. So that's why I want to point out that. That all said, go back to this document. I'll run through real quick and you can keep track. I put it at the very first one 5 and then 2-1. You see, but these are mission statements and objectives. And I think they're good to have in there. The things that I, and only the thing out in orange on the side are the ones that I'm proposing to be added. It has to do with development, retainment of coaches and officials, development attitudes, sincere concern, all USC Kansas wrestling coaches and officials. I think these are good.
I have a question on the do we want to include new clubs? Recruiting and retention is not a new club. Recruiting and retention is everything. We approved $1,000 for a new club. This past year, we recruited to retain.
Recruiting would be part of bringing people on board. New recruiting.
Some of Will's proposals have directly to do what we just got done voting.
Relative to our money though, that we would disperse, why couldn't that be a new club in recruiting?
I hate to get into a position where every new club requests money from us.
I think we really need to look at that in the budget anyway. Because I think we've been, I don't think that was the intent. I think it was, the intent was to help people get started.
Was how I always.
Yeah. We need to help people get started too. But under that, if you don't like, go exit out there, that's currently the way it was written. And all I did was highlight it as it was. The highlights were the changes, yes.
So are we voting on these?
I'm going through them real quick. I thought that's what I heard everybody wanted me to do. I thought that's what I heard. We go through them one at a time, take a look at them. Is everybody good?
Well, if we got to vote on them, we might as well hit them one at a time.
Okay.
We're gonna vote on them.
So the first one was mission statement and we encourage the youth community development and growing the sport of wrestling. If you're good with that, mark it on your sheet. I don't know that we need to raise our hands right now. Why don't we just take our tallies and look what the totals are? Unless we need to. I'm trying to save time. What do you think? Yeah, 115. Or do you want to call a vote for each one? Okay. Tally it however you want, yay or nay on that one. Second one, 2-1 is 1-2-1. And then you can see your board of directors established an annual vote lines with the mission statements. I agree with it. 3, recruit and retain coaches and officials. And then 4 had to do with developing and coach officials in there too. And then it goes down to voting members. I said, each charter club who's issued by Kansas USA Wrestling and paid for by during the fiscal year, and it said May 1st rather than March 1. I said that. Don't have to agree with it or not.
And that's 132A.
Yes. This is, sorry. This is Article 2A, which is
No, 1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 4. Okay. Yeah, we're going across. 1, 2, 4, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna have to say that.
Okay, I'll do that.
No, you have it numbered wrong. It should be 2, 2, but on your paper you have 1, 2.
So that section 1 should be a 1.
Yeah. You have 1,
3,
2.
2, 1, 3, 2A. It's the fourth one over. Fifth one over. On the top line.
Are we just hitting the ones that have the yellow?
Yeah,
yellow circle?
yeah. That's the only ones that I was proposing. So everybody with me still? Next one's 1, 3, 3A. And it says all funds received for USA competitive membership card must be paid. USA membership system immediately upon filling the written requirements. All competitors in the state series must be a USA member to enroll any, not the, but any USA qualifying tournament or qualifying state tournament. Qualifying or state tournament is what I wrote. Not the USA qualifying tournament series, but any qualifying or state tournament. That includes freestyle Greco.
Be a USA member.
This is all highlighted from changes that are added here. These would be in addition to coaches. The next one under B, 133B. Coaches, this will require the individual submit and pass to USA background and check and complete the USA Center for Safe Sport Training Program.
It's redundant. You can't even hold a wrestling leader card unless those are already completed.
These were in addition to what's currently in there. I am.
No, for sure. It's just that highlighted section doesn't even need to be said because you can't hold a current USAW wrestling leader card without having a background check and your USA Safe Sports stuff done.
Well, exit out. You don't want it. Exit out. The officials. An Olympic style official must be licensed with the United States Wrestling Official Association. All officials employed for the state series must complete a USA background check and complete the USA Safe Center of Safe Sport Training as required by USA Wrestling.
Do they have to do that now, Randall?
Well, yeah. So on the freestyle Greco side, they have to be registered. You can go up, which is a separate organization, USAW. But they also have to be registered through the USAW, which is sort of interesting because they have to hold a wrestling leader membership on the freestyle Greco side to be an M1. So that has to change. Both styles, all they have to do is USAW stuff and Keisha stuff. As a matter of fact, you have to be high school registered to work postseason USA Wrestling. At least in Kansas, that's a Kansas bylaw specifically. USA Wrestling, national organization, they're just like, as long as you did your background. So
anybody entered into the state tournament, qualifying tournaments must have a background check and have passed safe sport. That is not currently a requirement. We lose all kinds of kids that don't have any of the qualifications sometimes.
So, I don't know. Yes.
They only 18 and older have to do safe.
Yes.
They turn 18
Within
within
45
that
days.
statement.
It's 45 days they have from the time they turn 18. So if some competitor turns 18 on, let's say, January 1st, then they have to have a background check before they even can either try and qualify in district tournament. And we're saying right now, kids who do not.
So they don't need their background check. They need safe sport. They do not need a background check. The full safe sport too. It's not just like a mini one for them.
Adults
I'd say
have to.
wrestling.
Adults,
And it does not require it. The only thing it requires is safe sport.
when I do my license for an official, I have to do background and take sport. Because I'm over 18.
It's interesting.
But the point is that we have lots of kids who come to the state tournament who are 18 and have been 18 for more than 5 days, who never did school. And nobody checks.
Well, they can't register. I'm telling you, I have to help high schoolers with their cards all the time. It does not let them renew it until we get safe sport done, right? Sitting there, like they gotta practice and get this done.
What I'm saying is, they turn 18 on February 28th, okay? District tournament's the next weekend after that. They're required within 45 days to do that. Well, that.
But they won't be.
Because they won't be 18. They were never called.
No, you cannot request a card.
If you're turning 18 within the calendar.
Yes, within the calendar year.
It doesn't matter. I had a girl 17 years old who could not wrestle because her birthday was in May and it just reached and wrestled it and it wouldn't let us because she was still turning 18 in that August time. She still had.
The twins.
Yeah. If you're time in
In that August 31 to August 31.
Yeah.
It will not allow you to move forward.
How about we strike that?
Well, I haven't seen that 45 days.
Me either.
Is that?
Well,
No,
no,
it's-
it says here that an Olympic style who's added there must be licensed with USA Wrestling and Association and USA Kansas. And then all officials must be employed for the state series, must complete a background check and complete for state sport. I'm telling you right now, not everybody's like that. Seen it, go to the district. meetings, districts. You can't get enough of just to get the districts done even.
That would be not that problem.
So what we're saying is we're adding the last bit of that, that they need to be card holders, we should force them into if they require a background check and doing research.
In fact, District 4 was the only district this year who used officials who were not fully compliant with our bylaws this year. And I knew that one because Kyle called me and said, hey, we won't have enough officials if you don't allow us to use a few individuals not done with their case stuff. Everybody who did this year was competitive with us, and that's the real important part. So.
Okay. Then 4, the next one over is 4. Let me see if I've 142. Where is that in here?
I'm asking, is that what
Did I type it wrong?
Voting, everything.
Oh, 134. Well, where is that on the page? I don't see it.
The one
Did I miss it?
Oh,
I'm down. Okay, I see it now. I am trying to, I'm doing more tabbing than I am staying with you here.
Kurt, go up. You're in the wrong box. No, on your paper, right? You're looking at the bottom changing.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Right, I just.
In,
134, the third one, the fourth one over from the right.
I see it there. 134. That has to do with voting. And I moved that to make first allow for freestyle clubs to get added. I mean, I don't think it's fair that after our folk style season's over, we have state, in the state, clubs starting. There's quite a few clubs that come on after that. All I'm saying is that they ought to have their ability to vote for state body meetings because they're in freestyle, but freestyle season should eliminate them. You know, we've put a deadline March 1st, and it ain't even started. I'm saying that we ought to move that to May 1st.
Should also given pay for something sometimes, especially if the state tournament all of a sudden gets back to people being paid. That could be like they're going to be clubs. That's the official club.
Why couldn't they at the same time?
I think we'll find that we kept 215 clubs going all year long, and then we're up to
I was
52.
gonna say we started at 214, right as Freestyle Greco was starting, and now we're up to 257.
Yep. See,
Like
there's quite a
46
few
clubs.
clubs that come in later on and register before.
Can't decide you want to run an RTC.
March 1st. Okay. Okay, so there's plenty of clubs that do it. I mean, I'm just saying, hey, I was looking at what, they came in all through this month too.
I think there's some misunderstanding. They have charters.
But also, is it just a different director that's in charge of it? Like, I made Clay charter his own club for Freestyle Greco.
For freestyle Greco, they even come in our state body meeting to vote on anything. I mean, if we're just worried about freestyle Greco, they're not coming to our folk style body meeting.
Some of them will.
There'll be a few, I mean, without it.
Because of the so.
Yeah.
Gives them more of a push to come.
But I still think, I mean, most of them are. So it's the money they have. It's love state. And they should be charging for their registration.
By first of April.
Some of them back.
Just mark it out. I mean, if you don't agree with the March 1st or May 1st, disagree with it. Then this whole entire section right here is the next one. I said no to the entire section because it took out our secretary or membership director, had voting members in. I said no to the whole section. And then this is 4-1.
You know, the one whereby somebody decides that they don't need to be elected every year.
And then 142 is election of officers. And it says all board member directors must be USA bronze certified and will have to be signed a copy of the code of conduct. I said the card holder. We don't need to be, not everybody needs to be a bronze level coach on this board. Yeah, I'm an official and I don't need to go to coaching bronze level, even though I did. I shouldn't have to get that to be on this board.
As long as then you just understand you're not entitled to stand in a corner during the state tournament.
And this is
Yeah, for
specifically
sure.
on
But
this
I just feel
board.
like
I have a bronze card. I don't.
That's why I took that out of here. There's card carrying.
I don't think you have to have a card to be on the board.
You should not have to. Well, you should be a member.
Chelsea.
I was gonna say she is. I know she is.
Then 143 removal, if any member conduct is detrimental, not just a board member, but anybody's. That's why I said there. Then under 145E, the chairman and treasurer designated financial service provider shall have. I agree with this. This is filing our taxes, okay? Before it just said, chairman will do it and work with the treasurer. But this adds a designated financial service to help us do that. It is good practice to ensure we have a CPA doing our federal taxes. Okay, that's what this incorporates. And the state chairman, and treasurer, whatever, shall have the responsibility to file the corporate papers. And the other, the one above is the data information, various state accounts and federal tax returns. So we got state, we got federal things to do in both of them. I'm just saying CPA needs to get in there involved with us doing what we're doing. I agree with it. And that takes us to, we're on the second line, second one over, 146. Says the director, freestyle director, it says freestyle director and sister director shall have the responsibility for their organization management, Heartland Duels, USAW, folk style nationals and others. Subsidized, budgeted folk style events. So we didn't budget it. We're not having them do that. It has to be budgeted.
Okay, but so that means that then this group of people in here are in charge of Heartland Duels.
Only if it's budgeted.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I canceled subsidized and put budgeted. Well, yeah, it's formalizes. You got a budget, it's a line item on there. Next one is what? 1,410. Women's director. She will manage the national events team such as groups. And USA Freestyle Greco. I took out Heartland there, I crossed that out. And said the rest of that's good. What's next? 11? 12.
I guess I'm still a little bit confused. Who proposed all this?
The lady they hired,
Who?
that you guys hired.
No, it was actually all proposed by Will and Company when it was done the previous year. It didn't make.
What we're working on right now.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I just want to throw all this out. Just be done with it, because this is kind of silly.
We were supposed to form a bylaw.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, you will not get to all this body meeting. Not possible.
So there is a check mark up at this box right here, right there. So if that's what you guys want to do, let's take a vote and make sure that we approve it or approve it all. Okay?
And then we would move on to the next big item.
Yep, and it's gonna be probably the same.
We got the video.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
The thing is, just so I'm clear, make sure I'm sure that without understanding this. If we vote no, it does not go to the state body, right?
No, it still goes.
They go state body. and
No matter what.
They have.
50%, 50% or 2/3.
Hey, hold on though. Your proposal. Your vote on that was an entire team,
Mhm.
not single act, single votes. So if Roger's rules can, when it goes to the state body, are we only voting on what we're voted on?
Here, still goes for a vote.
Okay. Could that be explained though to the state body that we did that because we want a committee to review the bylaws?
Just an ask, when was it approved to have a committee for the bylaws? So can we create one and do that and say, hey, we're working towards this for the upcoming?
My opinion, a lot of the things that you have approved this last year, since last. State body is gonna have what's in this. And I think, like this, is what we've already.
And bring,
Yeah.
It's not a pen.
That's what I said.
I just know that the only reason I'm bringing it forward was because there's so much that was done. But really, if we never formed a committee to review any of it, that ought to be our explanation to the body. And how much time do we just take for that meeting?
well, I just say, we say we're gonna create this committee and we're going to have it by this date. We'll send out what our proposal is for that way the whole body is aware of what our changes are. So then the following meeting, everybody's knowledgeable.
Reason they want this committee is they did. Or. So. And that's what.
That was budget. I know that they did that on budget, but I did not. Is that what everybody heard? Recorded?
Only 1%.
It didn't get recorded.
Well, it's right there.
No, I mean, record. The only person that audio is your state body is Will.
Yeah, other than her.
That she gave it.
What's your question?
Did, we're under the state body, did we commit to the state body that we would form a committee for bylaw changes?
And I do not recall that. I was there the whole time. Last year's.
I know they gave us the opportunity to do the budget, but I am unaware that they gave us the ability to do. Because we went forward and did the budget.
We said we're getting out of there. Yep. And then we all bounced.
You said next thing.
He sat beside me.
I
was there first.
I drove
I don't. Burley.
I think there's some instances there that is true. Like we asked earlier whether there was a bylaw change to change something that didn't get updated. I would probably venture to say that's probably true.
Finding out what bylaws that should have been changed that have not been changed.
We have to go through the state body minutes of previous years.
By it has to come to table bylaw changes until next year's annual state body meeting. Seconded by Steve Foster. So yes or no to table bylaw changes, 26% yes to table.
Okay, so.
So my thinking is before you can say yay, nay, no, whatever, we need to have bylaws that we currently have to the standards that it's supposed to be before you make changes moving forward. Because you don't know bylaws are supposed to be followed because not all.
So that's one, and then everything that's in this room that we just covered today. Those have
Right.
to be
The
affirmed.
ones that, like the ones that people have submitted go to the state body meeting, but I mean, as for this old stuff, these two crazy documents, we can't say if we should change them because the changes that we've made prior are not updated on the bylaws current, correct? Not all of them, some of them.
I think we find a few.
And some of these would just contradict what we just would have gotten
Right.
done.
So that's why I'm wondering, should we not work with those updated?
Do we have all the bylaws that are still relevant? I mean, not bylaws, minutes from the state body minutes.
I didn't have any bylaws.
No, I do, we are available. Are the previous state body minute meetings available?
The last ones that I have, as far as the meeting is concerned, is from 20. I don't have any from.
From 20, no, last year, 22, 21, 20. I know I have 20 in a copy. Okay.
You're in the back of the room.
They were saying you would need to look at 22, 23, and 24.
Which one? Okay.
And 20. And 20.
Well, they're saying that the bylaws were updated in 22.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's things that were updated on those bylaws, you'd be, go back and be updated again because they were put in the wrong place. I know one thing, because I went talking to Mike Juby personally on the topic.
Okay, so you're saying we need to go all.
There was one topic out of 2020 that did not get put in the right place in the bylaws and it got added.
So you're saying we need to do 20.
We have one, there's one item.
You're saying we need to do 20, 21, 22, 23, 24?
Yes, I think so, because I think Dunbar, who was in charge of updating all the bylaws at that time, I think he didn't know which direction he was going, to and fro. No, I talked to him and he said I had so much input from different people on what they wanted to see added, and he did.
Why was he do it?
He was instructed to do it.
But he had nothing to do with it.
The last 4 years, Kelsey.
Oh.
We didn't have.
The 10/17/2020 meeting, I typed them from the.
Well, you didn't name enough.
No, we paid.
$28,000.
10.
$28,000. That's half of my salary and I have 2 master's degrees.
That would have been 2 years. We only paid him 14 last year.
But he was, Jamie Dunbar was
2
his
years.
membership year. Yeah, he saved up that money by a real nice boat.
I get 14.
And whatever.
Yeah.
So they have all.
So can like 3 or 4 of us just get together and update them so they're prepared and ready to go?
Or each one.
Each one of us take a year. We can color code it in there, double check it, call it good.
Why would you do that?
We're updating it that hasn't been updated for 4
Right, but why
years.
would you update like?
Just so we know who did what.
Well, you're
For
just
our
verifying.
own organization.
It may not be an update, they're verifying that things were updated.
I don't want something getting messed up. It's already messed up.
Then you're gonna know who messed it up because we all have a color.
All you have to do is just go back and verify your minutes to what's currently in the bylaws. That's how simple that is.
What should be out there right now is it should say, our bylaws that it should say approved October or November 2020. That's what the document is supposed to say. That
Yes.
document is
Oh,
not.
no.
It
Doesn't exist.
Yeah.
22 is the last year.
So under this current one, it says 2022, October 9th. This is the same thing she took and updated, but you'll see up on the board right there, that one that's circled, that right there. I went to Mike Doobie and asked him specifically if that was put in the right place. And he told me, no, that's not for the state body. That item was for the board, and it needs to move to the board. Okay?
Which is why I said we need to get them more.
Yes. That is the only change I know that should occur to this prior to, unless we're just verifying minutes that occurred, making sure, because there was a question that happened, maybe there was something that didn't get updated earlier. Okay? But this one, that right there, definitely has to change in these minutes, in these bylaws. And this was my meeting. Yes, and what happened was, Jamie took that, what was approved out of Mike's last meeting and put it in the wrong spot. So we can get that fixed.
What year is this? This is
2020.
This is 2022, same thing that's in our current bylaw, that's what it says. That needs to be moved to the board.
On the website, since 2022 bylaws is the only ones that come up, is that safe to say it's because that's the only document out there?
Correct.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is verifying other minutes from the state body meeting to ensure the changes that have all been incorporated. That, just verifying and moving that, we should be current with where 22 is, and then move forward from there.
And that's why the kind of things happen throughout the season that happen, because something happened and somebody goes, wait a second, we voted on the state body meeting to do this, this, and this. And somebody goes out there, wherever else and goes, oh, that's what the bylaws say. And that's a problem.
And then,
Was question 2 about another one that was in the bylaws, and I found it under old business, proposed bylaw changes, approved by board. There was something about the female thing too.
about the what?
The female division.
The weight classes.
Like girls should have all that we cooperated it. And then that one we approved, those had to go through a qualifying permit, and we approved weight classes. And then after we approved that, most of the laws, so much.
That had to have been 3. Because it's not in 22. And
Required qual, yeah, any more residents in the state, I'm not saying there is. Proposed bylaw change.
This is exactly why the state body minutes can be compared to these from 22 on.
I have.
Okay, that should be part of what we go forward and do. I think other than this change, that verification.
So I make a motion that these two big documents get tabled until we can take these body minutes and update our bylaws.
But the problem with that is if we go through and change we're not changing, but updating bylaws as to current based on what people can see out there right now. And a lot of these may not even be accurate. And so there's no point in even trying to pass it because it's just going to undo everything that's done from there on.
So to that point, I think it won't much change. And did you want that included as a committee? Who's going to do the work?
I will take a year.
I know what you got to do as a treasurer, and you should not be doing all the stuff that you do. And I know you, a lot of people are doing a lot of things around here. I want to spread
Oh, let's just have the three of us do it. The three of us can just get it done.
Okay. But is the committee gonna be three?
Yeah.
Okay, is that? And
Do
your
you
motion
want it
was?
done before the meeting? Like have it done before the meeting so we can present what should have been
Yeah,
the
I think there should be a new date down here. Okay, so what's the motion? So we can second it?
Question is, if we're gonna table these two big documents, Kelsey and
Amanda.
I can't recall somebody else, is going to update our, and myself, is gonna update bylaws to be permanent. So that we can trash these.
Okay, motion by Mick, table these two big.
Megan's called, one's called Megan, the other in bylaw of 2025, 26.
Proposed documents. And you're right, maybe when we do this and then we go back and I'll compare what this is to what this is, we can even look at if there are any major differences.
Bylaw committee.
That's boring.
Do I hear a second to that? Second by Richard. Discussion? Only thing I'm gonna ask is for our bylaws, can we do that? This, each one of these tabled has gone through the approval process, to be reviewed by the state body. They can elect it.
I mean, how?
The documents that were altered aren't even accurate because they're not up to date to make changes on.
As long as we have something to stand on, because
I don't
we've
mind.
got to be.
You can't ask us to vote on these if they're not, we are.
Okay, so then,
The way that I would present this is, if I were in that position, I would just stand up and say, listen, you got these out here, this is what's proposed, we can pass these all as one thing, but I'm gonna tell you right now, don't do that, because if you do, you're gonna screw up everything.
So what you have
Oh, Nigel would say that.
has already been approved by the body.
Mhm.
So then we take it, we update it all, we take it and say, hey, here's what we, our last 3 years, here's our updated document. Now, I understand you guys got all these programs, but they need to take the new 2024 document, give it to body, and say, look through it, send this minutes and this. So this year, the body, I think it's gonna be more, hey, guys, we understand you send all these changes in to your body, but what you guys are basing it off of is not accurate. I think all we gotta do is get it accurate to what it was as of 2023, 2024, 2025, 24. Get those by, you know, those are, get that out on the web. Get what we know, and then tell them, look, we've got a committee, we did, got everything. Now you guys look at it, and next body, we have to.
More.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go through it again, because I have stuff that they're bitching out here, or something, we may already have the issues, and then, like I said, there's no sense, so I can just get it on, and then the body, can just tell everybody, look, here's the correct bylaws, and print them out, and get to everybody, out there, and say, look them over, and then send them in, get these corrected for next year.
and the board tabled these other two because we didn't have a good starting place.
This year, I didn't have them, right? I mean, a lot of the changes.
Why?
And say, by all means, please suggest more if you need it.
Like, go through my bylaws, if you want changes, if you do changes for the movie. And one of these, out of the district, and start first.
Okay.
And I did look over all of Coakley's changes just ahead of time. The majority of all of his were descriptions of different board members, removing the headgear rule as well, changing a lot of verbiage that we already went over, but the biggest of his changes that he had separately from this one here are different board member explanations. So it's nothing world changing.
So what you guys on the bylaw committee, probably what you need to do is, when you're done with that, hopefully you can get it done for way before state bylaw meeting, just coming up with some. Is go through the ones that we talked about today, not the big documents, but all the other changes there. And if there were no changes to that particular section, then mark those, because then the body can still vote on those and say, this is a change that will affect our current bylaws, and what you say here was a change to our current bylaws. Because if you find one in here where this, one of these is changing something that has not been dated, then it's going to be nothing.
Right.
Okay. But I think you'll find a lot of this stuff is going to be new. It'll be fine.
And there's no problem with resubmit what I did. Just so we got going after you started quick and things updated. They return.
And worst comes to worst, that even if we get there and the bylaw was not up to date, now we got this language in here, somebody still wants to change it to this, they're still gonna vote on it. It just may take a higher threshold, because they may have to amend it at the body meeting to be more accurate, you know.
Okay. That said, call the question. Let's vote. All in favor of Mickey's motion to eliminate, did you say eliminate? Or
No.
Wish.
table those. Would you reread it?
Motion by Mickey to table these two big documents.
That's not good.
The bylaw proposed changes so that the newly formed bylaw committee, Mickey Kelsey, amended, can file and compare the state bylaws, meeting minutes, bylaws, and updated bylaws each year, 2022 to 2023. And we do this for the state.
Like 2 months.
We got 20 days for the body meeting, that it has to be in front of. They have to be able to do.
We need to do this.
The state body meeting is going to be
October
26th.
Yep.
Is it the 26th?
No, it's not. 10th or 11th.
So early.
Yes.
Hey, Kurt.
Back on track. Yes. We better get on track.
The 5th? October 5th. It's up to the 5th.
Okay.
Holy cow. What's going on?
All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed? Any abstaining?
Is Susan still on?
Yes, she's voting right now. She said yes.
Okay. So the only thing we have left out of bylaws to do is to get a meeting within the next period on the weight changes that we would propose. We have Darren, we have Michelle, Rusty Miller, Stephen Foster,
And Plouts and Bailey.
Michelle Anderson, Darren Schneider, subs to Rusty Howard, and Stephen Foster, subs to.
Okay.
Cool.
What do we have to do with that?
We're gonna take all of it, and put it together on what we think is the best. We're gonna take the weight classes in each one of those to make sure they're encompassing, like one of them has had 2 weight classes they want to add. we want to make sure everything's all in the proposal. And then put the best proposal forward to state body. And we tabled it, so we could have a virtual meeting here after 10 days from now. I'll get that call. Did I say that right? Everybody agreement on? Yeah.
10-day notice.
Yeah, but it'll be virtual. Give a 10-day notice. That's what that changes on that. At least 1 week. Oh, 1 week. I don't got 10 days. I got 1 week. That's that change right there. That said, it is 3:24. Do we have any business? Did I get an answer? A second to it? Chris, second. Okay, thank you, everybody, being here. And let's go forward. I would go ahead into the treasurer. You go ahead, sneak a snapshot of what you did, and then hand them into the treasurer. I'm sorry, secretary.
I brought these in to share for everybody. Anyway, this is supposed to be our new official. Getting it. This is before you crossing that's on the slide. Plus panel. And the reason I wanted to do this, I want our take pride for our information. And they're learning stuff. It doesn't make much sense anyway. So anyway, just wanted to show you. You can expect to be on needs going forward.
And to just set up.
I do have this.
Nigel. It is a jacket. And it has official on there. All right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Richard?
Thank you.
Oh, let me get a picture.
No.
Thank you.
What by what?
You're voting.
The problem. Actually. Yeah. Would have been really.
Yeah. I wrote down how we voted.
These are, yeah. Sean, this is good.
Oh. Hold on. Good job.
Yeah. These two bags. And you can hear. I just.
I was thinking that. You said me.
Yes. And then we'll.
Maybe not.
This. Last. Because it didn't.
Well, they didn't take it back when I was gonna say that.
I'm not going to be. Pushing it. Then we have people doing that.
Right.
But this is what. You know that.
Yeah.
I'll,
How big is this?
160 people total right now.
Yes, is that one? This last six. So they're getting three rooms every while. No, there is. And right now you're.
So it gets long.
Yeah, so we could go.
Yeah.
Forward.
Yes.
See, we got it.
What did I do?
Yeah.
I haven't.
On Saturday. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I don't know how big it probably was, but you get the bottom, that's where they get to.
Okay.
Yeah. Chat. Reduce. Year. For me today. Yeah, I mean, last year's all the marks that did the same. There you go. Yep. Actually, right. Top people. Basically.
No. No.
So it's.
That's not even.
So I. This one.
And just like this.
Will. Really don't. There's wrong. Where's the logo? So. This one. Forever. It's just. This year. I didn't. I got. He was like. The only kid. My car was. I actually have a piece of this restaurant or about fish. I actually and I asked him why the comment because we just have the same information. Because the fact that your sister that your cash, the security and so I've seen them share.
I like it when people say this directly. I like
It's on Southern Plains, we went down. Everything we were in. Brand new. With the and they're in the bathroom. And he said, yeah, there's some more easier. And it's, it, we had the whole room, yes, stop.
no.
That's just a jam. We need and then